صحار، خزانة الشرق ودهليز الصين، حاضر مشرق ومستقبل واعد، صناعة وتجارة وارتباط حضاري مع العالم. ونحن جامعة صحار، نحن هنا منذ عام 2001 كأول جامعة خاصة في سلطنة عمان، نسهم في البناء والتنمية، نبني الإنسان ونشكل العقول عبر أكثر من 40 برنامجاً أكاديمياً. تضم الجامعة اليوم 6 كليات: كلية إدارة الأعمال التي تحظى بعضوية جمعية تطوير كليات إدارة الأعمال، كلية الحاسوب وتقنية المعلومات ولديها اعتماد برامجي من جمعية الحاسوب الأسترالية، كلية التربية والآداب وتضم أكبر عدد من البرامج العلمية، كلية الهندسة الحائزة على الاعتماد البرامجي من جمعية المهندسين الأسترالية، كلية الدراسات اللغوية ولديها عضوية المؤسسات التعليمية في معهد الترجمة التحريرية والفورية في المملكة المتحدة، وكلية القانون. وتقدم الجامعة درجات علمية في المرحلة الجامعية الأولى، الدبلوم والبكالوريوس، وكذلك الدراسات العليا، الماجستير والدكتورة. ويساندها في ذلك العديد من المراكز الهامة التي تسهم في تعزيز الجوانب الأكاديمية ليحظى الدارسون بتجربة علمية متكاملة. فلدى الجامعة مركز لمصادر التعلم، مركز لخدمات الدعم الأكاديمي، ومركز لخدمات التوجيه المهني وغيرها. وتهتم جامعة صحار بالأنشطة الطلابية أيضاً، كونها جانباً هاماً لصقل مهارات الطلبة وبناء قدراتهم من خلال أنشطة ثقافية ورياضية وفنية تلبي اهتماماتهم المختلفة. وتلعب محطة الطلبة بالجامعة دوراً مهماً في ذلك. وفي الجانب البحثي تحقق الجامعة تطورات ونجاحات مشرفة، حيث حققت تواجداً ملحوظاً في هذا المجال على الصعيد المحلي والإقليمي والعالمي أيضاً. وما هذه النجاحات إلا نتاج اهتمام كبير من قبل القائمين على الجامعة من خلال توفير البيئة اللازمة والدعم المطلوب للباحثين الأكاديميين والطلبة على حد سواء. وحرصت الجامعة على إقامة التعاون والاتفاقيات المحلية والدولية التي تجسد روح الانفتاح والاهتمام بتبادل الآراء والثقافات، مما يسهم في تحقيق الجامعة لأهدافها. وتمضي الجامعة في التقدم والتطور في جودة البرامج الأكاديمية والخدمات المساندة، وهذا ما عكسه الارتقاء الملحوظ في تقدمها في تصنيف QS، إضافة إلى اعتمادها من قبل الهيئة العمانية للاعتماد الأكاديمي وضمان جودة التعليم. جامعة صحار مؤسسة رائدة تواصل مسيرتها لتضيء المستقبل.
al-Busaidi, Your Excellencies, respected Chairman of PODs and members of the Board of Directors, our Chairman of POGs and members of the Board of Governors, the Vice Chancellor of Suhar University, respected Vice Chancellors and Deans of Colleges, members of the EMC, esteemed keynote speakers, distinguished guests, honored researchers, ladies and gentlemen, not forgetting our valuable staff and students. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the Artificial Intelligence Conference and the Suhar University Conference 8, Research Conference 8, organized by Suhar University, UNESCO Doha Office, and the National Commission for Education, Science, and Culture. We're more than happy to have such a great group of people here today, coming from different fields and backgrounds. Your presence shows how important this event is, and we look forward to a day full of amazing discussions, new ideas, and valuable connections. We hope the discussion today and tomorrow will help us to work together and inspire each other. Thank you for being here with us today. And we look forward to a productive and exciting time together. Technological innovation espoused on artificial intelligence have generally changed the human life for the better. AI is a transformative game changer that has introduced intelligence, automation, and innovative technological designs to improve a human life. People have had intense debates revolving around: 1. Will technology replace the human beings as the labor of the 21st century? And 2. What are the key skills, hard and soft, that are needed in the era of artificial intelligence? And 3. What will be the direction of digital work agenda given the proliferation of AI-based technologies? This conference is well poised to contribute to the discourse of navigating digital work skills and the decent work agenda. We have lined up excellent presentation by speakers from both the Global North and the Global South. We're optimistic this conference will contribute to key debates on AI and the digital work agenda. This conference is held in tandem with the SU Annual Research Conference 2025, which will continue in-depth discussion on the role of AI as per the research themes of Suhar University. The SURC8 will unpack the high-level discussions today into workable solutions in light of Oman's Vision 2040 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. With that said, allow me the honor to invite the Vice Chancellor of Suhar University, Dr. Hamdan Al-Fazari, to give the opening remarks.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم أجمعين. معالي الأستاذة الدكتورة رحمة بنت إبراهيم المحروقية الموقرة وزيرة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والابتكار راعية مؤتمرنا هذا. الأستاذ الفاضل رئيس مجلس الإدارة وأعضاء مجلس الإدارة المحترمون، الأستاذ الفاضل رئيس مجلس الأمناء وأعضاء مجلس الأمناء المحترمون، الأفاضل رؤساء الجامعات وعمداء الكليات، أعضاء الهيئتين الأكاديمية والإدارية بالجامعة، الطلبة والطالبات، الضيوف الكرام، حضورنا الأعزاء، أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير وسرور، وإنه لمن دواعي السرور البالغ أن أرحب بكم في ربوع جامعة صحار، فأهلا وسهلا ومرحبا بكم جميعا في مؤتمر الذكاء الاصطناعي، المهارات الرقمية والعمل اللائق، وكذلك في مؤتمر جامعة صحار السنوي الثامن للبحوث والذي يتضامن مع هذا المؤتمر أيضا. وإنه لمن دواعي الفخر والاعتزاز أن تنظم جامعة صحار فعاليات هذا المؤتمر بالشراكة والتعاون مع مكتب اليونسكو الإقليمي بالدوحة واللجنة الوطنية العمانية للتربية والثقافة والعلوم بسلطنة عمان. يهدف اليوم الأول في هذا اليوم من المؤتمر إلى مناقشة كيفية تلبية متطلبات الوظائف في عصر الذكاء الاصطناعي. ولذلك أود أن أشكر كل من مكتب اليونسكو الإقليمي في الدوحة واللجنة الوطنية العمانية للتربية والثقافة والعلوم بكونهما شريكين لنا في هذا الحدث، فشكرا لكما. وأود أن أبدأ حديثي بكلمات من النطق السامي لجلالة السلطان هيثم بن طارق المعظم في خطاب جلالته الموجه إلى الاجتماع السنوي الأول للدورة الثامنة لمجلس الدولة بتاريخ 14 نوفمبر 2023 للميلاد، مشيرا جلالته إلى أهمية الاستعانة بمشاريع الذكاء الاصطناعي، قائلا في نطقه السامي: لقد أصدرنا توجيهاتنا لتدشين برنامج وطني لاعتماد الذكاء الاصطناعي وتوطينه وتسريع وضع التشريعات التي ستمكن تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي من أن تصبح قوة فعالة في قطاعاتنا التنموية. ومن النطق الخطاب السامي الداعي إلى أهمية مواكبة التقنيات الحديثة ومسايرة مستجدات العالم الرقمي بما يضمن التقدم العلمي والمعرفي في شتى مناحي الحياة، فإنه قد حان الوقت للحكومات والمؤسسات الأكاديمية للاستجابة لهذه الاحتياجات من خلال توجيه برامجها لدعم العملية التعليمية بما يكفل توفر احتياجات ومتطلبات سوق العمل من المهن والوظائف المطلوبة للسوق. ولهذا يسعدنا وجودكم هنا في هذا المؤتمر اليوم المهم لمناقشة مثل هذه المسائل الحاسمة بوجود زملائنا المتحدثين الرئيسيين من العديد من البلدان، من استراليا وفنلندا والصين والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية ولبنان وقطر، وبمشاركة واسعة من العديد من المؤسسات الحكومية والخاصة من سلطنة عمان. ونحن في جامعة صحار نسعى إلى توظيف برامج وتخصصات تخدم متطلبات سوق العمل وتكون منسجمة مع التطور التقني والتكنولوجي ومواكبة للذكاء الاصطناعي والتحول الرقمي. وقد كثر الحديث في الآونة الأخيرة عن إمكانية أن تحل التقنيات الحديثة والروبوتات محل كثير من الوظائف والعنصر البشري، ولكن أود أن أؤكد لكم أيها الحضور الكرام بسبب توظيف التقنيات الحديثة ومواكبة التحول الرقمي إن اختفت بعض هذه الوظائف والمهن فلا شك ستولد وظائف ومهن جديدة وتخصصات حديثة. فهذه الأدوات الذكاء الاصطناعي ستكون المعين لكل التخصصات والوظائف. وانطلاقا من دور الجامعات الرئيس في تزويد طلابها بأفضل المعارف والمهارات لتلبية متطلبات سوق العمل من الوظائف والمهن، ولتعزيز هذا الجانب تبنت جامعة صحار تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي في عروضها التعليمية وعملياتها الإدارية. بالإضافة إلى ذلك فإن لدى جامعة صحار كلية مختصة في الحاسوب وتقنية المعلومات وبرامج الذكاء الاصطناعي، ولدى الجامعة برنامج في الذكاء الاصطناعي على مستوى البكالوريوس. وقد طورت الجامعة روبوتات للمحادثة تعمل بنظام الذكاء الاصطناعي لتقديم الدعم الأكاديمي للطلاب، كما هيئت منصات للفصول الدراسية الافتراضية للتعلم عن بعد. وتستعمل الجامعة الذكاء الاصطناعي في كثير من التحليلات التنبؤية في عدد من التطبيقات والممارسات التي لا يتسع المجال لذكرها لقلة الوقت. كما تدرس الجامعة حالياً مقترحات بإضافة تخصصات في مجالات كثيرة مرتبطة بالذكاء الاصطناعي. كل ذلك ينصب ضمن استعداداتنا كمؤسسة تعليم عال تسعى أن تكون من بين الجامعات المرموقة ومن بين الجامعات العالمية، ويأتي ذلك إيماناً منا بالحاجة الملحة لمتابعة مستقبل المهارات والتحول الوظيفي باستعمال تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي. وهذا المؤتمر إن شاء الله سيناقش هذه الموضوعات المتعلقة بالذكاء الاصطناعي والوظائف والمهن المتعلقة بالذكاء الاصطناعي وأهمية الجانب الإخلاقي في استعمال هذه التقنيات. كما سيساهم المؤتمر الثامن للبحوث بجامعة صحار في جلسات الغد، والذي يتزامن مع هذا المؤتمر، في تحقيق أهداف هذا الحدث. وسيشارك أكثر من 100 مشارك ببحوث ومحاضرات وورش عمل بحضور الطاقم الأكاديمي والإداري بالجامعة. وسيركز المؤتمر على التقنيات الناشئة والمتقدمة مع التركيز على تطبيقات وابتكارات الذكاء الاصطناعي. ونحن فخورون بأن الخطط المدروسة لجامعة صحار مكنتها في التقدم وبشكل جيد في توفير برامج وتخصصات منسجمة مع الوظائف المطروحة في سوق العمل داخل السلطنة وخارجها. وكذلك تقدمها البحث وترتيبها في كل من تصنيفات QS والتايم هاير إديوكيشن للتعليم العالي، وأن مؤشرات البحوث والاقتباس ضمن هذه التصنيفات وكما رأيتم في العرض المقدم قبل قليل تظهر أن الجامعة هي واحدة من المؤسسات البحثية والابتكارية الرائدة في سلطنة عمان. وسيعزز هذا المؤتمر بإذن الله بطبيعة الحال مساعي جامعة صحار بأن تكون جامعة ريادية في كل هذه الجوانب. وهنا أوجه الدعوة إلى الجميع للمشاركة في الفعاليات لهذا المؤتمر في هذا اليوم، ومواصلة حضور جلسات المؤتمر السنوي الثامن للبحوث في جامعة صحار الذي سيعقد جلساته غدا إن شاء الله تعالى. معالي الأستاذة الدكتورة راعية المناسبة، الحضور الكريم وضيوفنا الأعزاء، إننا في جامعة صحار نؤمن إن مثل هذه المؤتمرات وهذه اللقاءات تساهم في الحصول على المعارف التخصصية وتبادل الأفكار والآراء بين المختصين، كما إنها مجال خصب للباحثين والطلبة للحصول على المعلومات العلمية في المجالات التي سيناقشها المؤتمر. عليه نتطلع إلى الاستماع بكل شغف للمتحدثين بالمؤتمر، كما نتطلع أن يقدم هذا المؤتمر شيئاً مفيداً للجميع. ولهذا أحث الجميع وبالأخص المختصين في التعليم العالي للاستفادة من هذا المؤتمر واغتنام ما هو مفيد من معارف قيمة في كل جوانبه ومجالاته. وعليه حرصت اللجنة المنظمة للمؤتمر على إعداد برنامج ثري يضم محاضرات نوعية، آملين أن ينال هذا البرنامج رضا المشاركين والحضور والمتابعين. وفي الختام، إنه لشرف عظيم لجامعة صحار أن تنظم وتستضيف هذا المؤتمر الرائد في حرمها الجامعي. وأود أن أتقدم بعاطر الثناء والعرفان إلى المكتب الإقليمي لمنظمة اليونسكو بالدوحة، وعلى رأسه أخي وأستاذي دكتور أنس، واللجنة الوطنية العمانية للتربية والثقافة والعلوم في سلطنة عمان على ثقتهم في جامعة صحار للتعاون بتنظيم واستضافة هذا المؤتمر العلمي في جنباتها. والشكر موصول للمتحدثين الأجلاء. ولا يفوتني كذلك أن أتقدم بوافر الشكر والتقدير للجنة المنظمة وموظفي وحدة تطوير البحوث بالجامعة وجميع الذين شاركوا في التحضير واللوجستيات الفنية لهذا المؤتمر الطموح على عملهم الدؤوب والمضني. وكما أود أن أتقدم بشكر خاص للأستاذ الفاضل حسن بن حسان بن نصيب آل نصيب رئيس مجلس الإدارة، والأستاذ الفاضل جمال بن سعيد العجيلي رئيس مجلس الأمناء على دعمهما المتواصل واللا محدود لكل الخطط التطويرية التي تقدمها الجامعة، ولحضورهما الدائم لهذه المؤتمرات واللقاءات، فشكرا لكما من أعماق القلب. كما أتقدم بجزيل الشكر والثناء لمعالي الأستاذة الدكتورة رحمة بنت إبراهيم المحروقية الموقرة على تكرمها وتفضلها مشكورة برعاية هذا المؤتمر. والشكر لكم أنتم أيها الحضور الكرام على تشريفكم لنا في هذا المؤتمر المميز. أسأل الله تعالى العلي القدير أن يحقق لهذا المؤتمر أهدافه المرجوة، وأن نجني منه الاستفادة المطلوبة. وآمل أن تتمكنوا من خلال هذا المؤتمر من إقامة علاقات تعاون بين بعضكم البعض أفرادا ومؤسسات. كما أرجو لكم تجربة مثيرة ومليئة بمزيد من المعرفة فيما يتعلق عن الاستعمال الأمثل لتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي للوصول إلى المعارف والمهارات المطلوبة لتلبية متطلبات سوق العمل من الوظائف والمهن في المستقبل. وفي الختام أسأل الله تعالى العلي القدير أن يوفقنا جميعا لخدمة مجتمعنا وبلدنا سلطنة عمان ظل القيادة الحكيمة الرشيدة لمولانا حضر صاحب الجلالة السلطان هيثم بن طارق المعظم حفظه الله ورعاه. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hamdan, for such a great speech. Now, let's welcome to the stage Dr. Anas Bouhlal, Regional Program Specialist for Higher Education and TVET UNESCO Regional Office for Gulf Cooperation Council and Yemen.
Your Excellency, I'm honored again to come back to Sahar. Last week I've been in Muscat. We've met, and I'm coming back to Sahar with you all. Thank you so much for inviting me and for the partnership that we have between UNESCO Doha Office and the Ministry of Higher Education, University of Sahar, and our partners in the National Commission of UNESCO in Sahar. اسمحوا لي الآن أنتقل للغة العربية. معالي الأستاذة رحمة بنت إبراهيم المحروقية، وزيرة التعليم العالي والبحث والابتكار، سعادة الدكتور حمدان، وزاري رئيس جامعة سحار، زملائي باللجنة الوطنية لليونسكو العمانية، الحضور الكريم، تحية وإجلالا إليكم جميعا. نيابة عن المدير الإقليمي للمكتب اليونسكو الإقليمي لدول الخليج واليمن، وعن كافة الزملاء بالمكتب، أهديكم أحر السلام ونهنئكم على انعقاد هذا اللقاء الأكاديمي الهام بجامعة سحار. ويسعدنا أن نكون شركاء في تنظيمه واختيار الموضوع المحوري لهذا المؤتمر، وهو الذكاء الاصطناعي، المهارات الرقمية والعمل اللائق. وهنا أفتح قوسين، عندما كنا نحضر السنة الماضية إلى المؤتمر طرحنا سؤال حولنا مجموعة من المؤتمرات، مجموعة من اللقاءات، ماذا نأتي به جديد للحوار والنقاش؟ فوقفنا على هذا المحور، محور المهارات المستقبلية في ظل الوضع الذي يعرفه المجتمع عالميا في إزاء استقبال هذه المهارات وكذلك الالتحاق بسوق العمل. فهنيئا مرة أخرى لزميلي وأخي بالجامعة على أساس أنه تم اختيار هذا الموضوع للنقاش والتجارب وتقديم تجارب كذلك من جميع من الدول الأخرى. كما تعلمون يبلغ عدد الطلاب المسجلين في الجامعات بدول العالم حوالي 260 مليون طالب وطالبة، وهو رقم تضاعف تقريبا خلال السنوات الماضية، ال20 الماضية بالخصوص، ومن المقرر أن يتضاعف مرة أخرى هذا الرقم. ولكن على الرغم من الطفرة في الطلب، فإن نسبة الالتحاق الإجمالية تبلغ فقط 43% عالميا، مع وجود اختلافات كبيرة بين البلدان والمناطق. وشهدت المنطقة العربية زيادة كبيرة في الالتحاق بالتعليم العالي، حيث ارتفعت من 20% في عام 2000 إلى حوالي 40% في عام 2020. كما تم تحقيق الملحوظ نحو تحقيق التكافؤ بين الجنسين في التعليم العالي، حيث ارتفعت نسبة الإناث للذكور، مما يشير إلى وجود أغلبية طفيفة من الطالبات المسجلات. فسلطنة عمان كان إنجازا ملحوظا في هذا المجال، وهنيئا للسلطنة بهذا الإنجاز. أصحاب السعادة والمعالي، خلال السنوات ال20 الماضية ظهرت وسائل تعليمية رقمية جديدة، مما أدى إلى توسيع نطاق الالتحاق والسماح للمؤسسات لتوفير الخدمات لفئات سكانية متنوعة. هذه الجهود جديرة بالثناء، لكنها تذكرنا أيضا بالعمل الذي لا يزال يتعين القيام به لضمان الوصول العادل إلى التعليم العالي الجيد في جميع أنحاء العالم. أحد التحديات الرئيسية التي نواجهها جميعاً هو التكامل المسؤول للذكاء الاصطناعي، بحيث اعتمدت اليونسكو من خلال حوار دوري مكثف، وأنتم كنتم جزء منه، توصيات بشأن أخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي سنة 2021 بباريس، وإلى جانب وضع المبادئ التوجيهية والأخلاقية للذكاء الاصطناعي، بحيث نعتبر أن استعمال الذكاء الاصطناعي لا يتطلب فقط المهارات التقنية التي نناقشها اليوم، ولكن يتطلب كذلك فهماً عميقاً للآثار الاجتماعية والأخلاقية للتكنولوجيا. في ذلك، لدعم هذه المهمة طورت اليونسكو السنة الماضية الإطار الخاص لكفاءات الذكاء الاصطناعي للأساتذة وللطلاب، لتوجيه المؤسسات في جميع أنحاء العالم في بناء هذه الكفاءات الحاسمة. كما أطلق مكتبنا، وأشيركم خبراً بهذا الموضوع، مكتبنا بالدوحة دراسة إقليمية حول التحول الرقمي والمهارات المطلوبة في ظل الذكاء الاصطناعي ومدى جاهزيات المؤسسات لاستقبال الذكاء الاصطناعي. ستنشر قريباً بإذن الله. الزميلات والزملاء الكرام، لمناقشة هذه المواضيع دعونا شركاء من أنحاء العالم، شركاء يثبت لهم بالكفاءة ومجال البحث على مستوى هذا الموضوع. شركاء من الصين، ممثلا بالمركز الدولي للابتكار والتعليم العالي بشنزن، خبراء من فنلندا، وكذلك خبراء من استراليا. فمرة أخرى أريد أن أشكرهم على طول المسافة والسفر لحضور اللقاء معنا بهذا النقاش. كما يسرني أن أخبركم أننا نحضر المؤتمر الإقليمي لليونسكو للتعليم العالي الذي ستحتضنه دولة قطر في فترة 9 و10 أبريل بالدوحة. الدعوة ستوجه إليكم قريبا معاليكم. فموضوع هذا اليوم هو كذلك يعتبر من أحد محاور مؤتمرنا الذي سيعقد بالدوحة قريبا. مرة أخرى أهنئ السلطنة وأهنئ جامعة سحار على عقد هذا اللقاء المعرفي الهام، وشكرا لكم جزيلا.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anas Bouhlal. Now, let's move to our next speaker. Please welcome Mr. Badr Sulaiman Al-Harthi, Assistant Secretary General, the Oman National Commission for Education, Culture and Science.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. معالي الأستاذة الدكتورة رحمة بنت إبراهيم المحروقية، وزيرة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والابتكار، رعاية حفلنا. أصحاب السعادة، المتحدثون الكرام، المشاركون الأعزاء، حضورنا الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني في مستهل كلمتي أن أرحب بكم جميعاً في مؤتمر الذكاء الاصطناعي، مهارات التنقل الرقمية والعمل اللائق. مهارات العمل الرقمية والعمل اللائق. كما يسعدني أن أنقل لكم تحيات معالي الدكتورة مديحة بنت أحمد الشيبانية، وزيرة التربية والتعليم، رئيسة اللجنة الوطنية العمانية للتربية والثقافة والعلوم، وتحيات الدكتور محمود بن عبد الله العبري، أمين اللجنة الوطنية العمانية للتربية والثقافة والعلوم، وتمنياتهما لأعمال هذا المؤتمر بالتوفيق. الحضور الكريم، يعد هذا المؤتمر فرصة سانحة لتبادل الخبرات وتعزيز التعاون بين جميع الجامعات والمؤسسات البحثية في سلطنة عمان والمنظمات الدولية. إن سلطنة عمان تدرك تماماً أن التحول الرقمي لم يعد خياراً، بل ضرورة حتمية تفرضها متغيرات العصر الحديث، إذ يمثل ركيزة جوهرية لتحقيق التقدم الاقتصادي والاجتماعي، ويعكس وعياً عميقاً بأهمية التكامل الذكي بين التقنيات والعمليات والمهارات الرقمية في مختلف القطاعات والمستويات. معالي رعاية الحفل، أصحاب السعادة، حضورنا الكريم، يأتي هذا المؤتمر منسجماً مع تطلعات سلطنة عمان المستقبلية ومتوافقاً مع رؤية عمان 2040 التي تدعو إلى تعزيز العمل المشترك مع مختلف المؤسسات المحلية والدولية، بحيث تسهم في بناء عالم أكثر استدامة ويعزز القدرة على مواجهة التحديات العالمية بشكل مشترك وفعال عن طريق مختلف الشراكات الداخلية والخارجية. وقد نتج عن هذه الشراكات العديد من المراكز البحثية الرائدة في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي، من أبرزها مركز اليونسكو الدولي لأبحاث الذكاء الاصطناعي في سلوفينيا، والمركز الدولي لأبحاث وأخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي في الرياض بالمملكة العربية السعودية. كما أنشأت منظمة الأيسيسكو مركزاً متخصصاً في التكنولوجيا والابتكار لدعم الدول الأعضاء في استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي، والعديد من الأدلة الاسترشادية والأطر التي تعنى بدمج استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي في التعليم، التي تسهم في تصميم مناهج تعليمية مبتكرة وإطلاق برامج تدريبية تعنى ببناء القدرات الوطنية في مجالات مثل الصحة والتعليم والتنوع الثقافي والعلوم الإنسانية والطبيعية. كما تضم منظمة الأليكسو مركز الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة الذي يعد منصة للبحث العلمي ودعم تطوير السياسات، وتعمل على برامج تعنى بالحوكمة الرقمية والذكاء الاصطناعي لتوفير منهجيات لإدارة البيانات وضمان الاستدامة. الحضور الكريم، تواصل سلطنة عمان تعزيز شراكاتها الفاعلة مع المنظمات الدولية والمؤسسات المحلية من خلال إنشاء عدد من الكراسي العلمية المتخصصة في الذكاء الاصطناعي وأخلاقياته. ومن أبرز هذه المبادرات كرسي اليونسكو بجامعة السلطان قابوس، وكرسي الأيسيسكو لأخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي بجامعة التقنية والعلوم التطبيقية، وذلك انطلاقاً من إيمان سلطنة عمان بأهمية وجود أطر أخلاقية لتنظيم استخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي، بما يضمن توجيه هذه التقنيات لخدمة الإنسانية بشكل إيجابي ويحد من أي استخدامات قد تضر بالمجتمع. وقد أكد إعلان مسقط للعلوم الدولية الذي صدر في حوار المعرفة العالمي الذي عقد في الشهر الماضي على ضرورة تقديم التأثيرات المحتملة للذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات الناشئة على نظم العلوم والتعليم، وكذلك أهمية إدارة البيانات العلمية بشكل يساهم في معالجة التحديات الكبرى التي تواجه العالم. وتسهم هذه المبادرات في تعزيز وتطوير الأبحاث في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي على المستوى الوطني، بالإضافة إلى تمكين المواهب الوطنية وتعزيز ثقافة الابتكار. كما تواصل اللجنة الوطنية العمانية للتربية والثقافة والعلوم تنظيم المؤتمرات والورش العلمية بالتعاون مع شركائها على المستوى المحلي والدولي، كمؤتمر الإسيسكو لوزراء التربية والتعليم، وندوة الكراسي البحثية في تعزيز التعليم والبحث العلمي ونقل المعرفة في جامعة البريمي، بالإضافة إلى بناء قاعدة بيانات للخبراء العمانيين في هذا المجال على مستوى المنظمات الدولية. وفي سياق هذه الإنجازات حققت سلطنة عمان تقدماً لافتاً في مؤشر جاهزية الحكومة للذكاء الاصطناعي، إذ ارتفعت مرتبتها إلى المركز 45 عالمياً في العام 2024. الحضور الكريم، تعمل اللجنة الوطنية العمانية بالتنسيق مع فريق الذكاء الاصطناعي أيضاً بوزارة التربية والتعليم على دمج تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي للتعليم، كما حرصت على تفعيل مبادرات الذكاء الاصطناعي بالتنسيق مع الجهات الوطنية والدولية لتطوير أساليب التعليم التفاعلي وتعزيز مهارات التفكير النقدي والإبداعي لدى الطلبة. وتسعى من خلال هذه الجهود إلى تحقيق تكامل رقمي شامل يتماشى مع معايير الجودة العالمية لتصبح مركزاً إقليمياً للابتكار التعليمي المبني على الذكاء الاصطناعي. وتتجسد هذه المبادرات في رؤية سلطنة عمان المستقبلية في سبيل استثمار التقنيات المتقدمة لتحسين جودة الحياة وتمكين تعزيز القدرات وبناء اقتصاد رقمي مستدام يعتمد على الابتكار والمعرفة. وقد حققت وزارة التربية والتعليم ولله الحمد الجائزة الذهبية الأسبوع الماضي في مسابقة الذكاء الاصطناعي العالمية لعام 2024، والتي تنظمها مؤسسة مجموعة دبي للجودة. ونستثمر هذه الفرصة السانحة لدعوة جميع المؤسسات لبناء شراكات عمل مع المنظمات الدولية في جميع مجالات التربية والثقافة والعلوم والاتصال والمعلومات. وتسعى اللجنة الوطنية العمانية للتربية والثقافة والعلوم لبذل قصارى جهدها لدعم هذه الشراكات والتعاون بمشيئة الله. وفي الختام يسرني باسمكم جميعا أن أتقدم بجزيل الشكر والتقدير لمعالي الأستاذة الدكتورة رحمة بنت إبراهيم الموقرة وزيرة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والابتكار لرعاية حفلنا، ولأصحاب السعادة الكرام. والشكر موصول أيضاً لجامعة صحار لاستضافة هذا المؤتمر العلمي، ولزملائي المنتسبين لأمانة اللجنة الوطنية العمانية للتربية والثقافة والعلوم، وللجنة المنظمة لهذا المؤتمر، ولجميع المشاركين، متمنياً لكم جميعاً مؤتمر مليئاً بالنقاشات والتوصيات البناءة والمحفزة، وأن تحقق الأهداف المنشودة منها في تعزيز البحث العلمي وتبادل الخبرات الأكاديمية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you so much, Mr. Badr Sulaiman Al-Harthi. We truly appreciate your insights. Now, let's welcome our next speaker, Professor Dragan Jasvish, PhD Distinguished Professor of Learning Analytics, Faculty of Information Technology, Monash University, Australia.
Thanks. Your Excellencies, dear guests and friends, it's my honor to be here, and thanks so much for the organizers for having me today here. It's also my especially pleasure today to be here because this is my first time to be in your beautiful country, Oman. So it's really nice to learn about your environment and your beautiful country. So today, I'm going to discuss the issues that all of us are grappling with in terms of the role of AI in the development of human skills. I'm going to be emphasizing particularly the paradox that we are all facing, and that's basically the extent to which the use of AI is really helping us boost and develop our skills, or it is undermining some of our skills. I'm going to give the discussion on both sides of the story. The key thing is, though, that AI is here to stay. In the last few years, we had conversations with many educators around the world, and many of them were expressing the doubts that this is yet another hype. AI is going to go away. AI is not going to go away. We cannot easily detect the information that AI is producing. At the same time, AI is infiltrating so many different industries and different types of work that we have to do as part of the society. Today, I'm going to be particularly focusing on this big question: is how human skills are shaped in the age of AI. We, a few months ago, published this paper in Nature, Human Behavior, in which we unpacked many different promises, concerns, and the future needs that needs to be tackled as we are trying to understand the implications of generative AI on human learning. Specifically today, I'm going to emphasize two key points. From the perspective of the promises that AI is offering for the development of human skills is that we can offer lots of learning support, that we can also offer lots of creation of new types of resources that is addressing diverse learner needs, and huge benefits in terms of the ways how we can change our practices and improve our practices for feedback and assessment. At the same time, there's this major challenge that we need to urgently reimagine how we are developing skills, how we are assessing them, and how we can produce robust evidence that certain things are working in a good way or not. So those are really two major takeaways. So if you don't listen to me for the rest of my talk, you got my conclusions. So I'm going to now go from the perspective of the promise and what the AI is offering us as the key promises for the development of the human skills. I already indicated and highlighted this key point is that generative AI is really offering us points for supporting human learners. We're talking about the support of human learners. Some of the tools that receive the highest level of prominence are offered by Khan Academy, a well-known provider of education in the US that offer the ways how we can use generative AI to create tutoring systems. These type of tutoring systems were done in the past as well. But the major challenge, though, was that to create these type of tutoring systems, we had to spend years. Now we can develop the similar type of tutoring systems within weeks or months. They're promoting best type of learning and teaching practices, and at the same time are also offering promises to boost students' creativity. There's also emerging evidence that these type of tutoring, dialogue-based tutoring systems are actually improving students' learning outcomes. The World Bank recently published their only preliminary results of a randomized controlled trial that was done in Nigeria for teaching kids mathematics and language. They basically demonstrated significant boost for the kids in their maths abilities within only 6 weeks of the duration of the randomized controlled trial. For many of us who are particularly interested for the development of our future teacher workforce, the work that is done by Stanford University, specifically on the tool which is called Tutor Copilot, is offering us really significant opportunities that we can help these human teachers when they are supporting their students to get a copilot, this generative AI system that is offering advice how they can then intervene and how to react in certain situations. Their randomized controlled trial, they're still under review, the results of thereof, are demonstrating significant improvements of the students who were taught by very inexperienced tutors. And there were no differences between experienced and very experienced tutors when they were using this type of system, because the system itself was able to help inexperienced tutors to compensate for the lack of their teaching experience. With respect to the development of the learning resources, this is really one of the areas that is very significant. In Australia, a colleague at the University of Queensland developed a whole suite of prompting approaches that can be used for generative AI technologies that can then help us to design certain types of courses, define learning outcomes that we want to have, create even some preliminary versions of the content, and with the development of more recent types of technologies with GPT that is offering reasoning capabilities, we can get very advanced type of reports for the students. We also spend a lot of time to generate questions that students can use for their practice, and we can also use it in many different languages, including Arabic. And the quality of the translation services is quite high. The area where we are spending most of our time, and that is closest to my heart and passion, is really the use of generative AI to provide automated feedback. That's one of the pain points for many higher education institutions. We always want to graduate as many students as possible, and we are seeing usually the growing trajectories in that space. But the challenge, though, is that in many cases, we don't have human resources to provide detailed feedback for every of our students. Therefore, in that situation, really what generative AI is offering is the promise that we can offer that feedback that is timely, that is targeted to the needs of the individual learners, that is actionable so that learners know what exactly next action they can take, and we can offer it in many different modalities. It's not just text, it can be also audio, video, And you will see some other examples that we are doing. This is one example of the system that we are developing at Monash University. It's called Flora. It is tracking all students' activities. Every click, every mouse movement, every keystroke, every piece of content they write and produce. And over time, the system itself is then using AI to analyze these interactions of the students with the system, tries to understand the progression of the students, and then pushes the feedback with the guidance of what next steps and how they can be proceeding next with their learning. We also are using generative AI not only to help us develop skills that are happening in the digital space, but also physical space. This is the example of a nursing education at Monash University. We have our students who need to participate in teams of nurses. Inside of these simulated wards, we ask our nurses to wear the mics. We also ask them to wear something which is a small, like a pin, where we can have the location every time of each of our students. We also are using the cameras to record what is going on inside of these rooms. And then we analyze all these type of multimodal data with AI so that we can get the insights about their teamwork. And then students then go into the other room once their simulation activity is finished so that they can then have a debrief and the feedback with their teacher. Except in their case, they get the whole dashboard that is telling them in different phases of their activities how they were doing certain things. But then we realized that not many students really understand advanced analytics, different types of charts. They don't have sufficient data literacy and visualization literacy. Therefore, for that, we developed something we call WizChat, which is allowing them to query the dashboard to help them understand, what do you mean what I was doing? What are you showing in particular chart? What we found is through these type of systems that the students' comprehension of these type of visual charts not only is being boosted when they are using these type of chatbots, but continues to be going uphill once they had the experience only once to use this type of a chatbot. So it's a really important, powerful way to boost not only their teamwork, but also data literacy skills. Final thing is also what we found is that sometimes for certain types of stakeholders, we should not expect that they understand very statistical types of charts. But with the use of generative AI, in this particular case, we use a system which is called Midjourney. We can transform very advanced type of analytics into what we call data comics. These type of data comics are explaining the journeys or individual stories that happened during particular types of classes. Some students appreciated it as a way to boost their motivation and self-efficacy because they felt as heroes in particular types of situations, as shown in this very specific chart. While these are all really good and promising things, we also have lots of things to be concerned about. One of the key things is that generative AI as a technology is not flawless. About 6 years ago, and many of these findings of this book that was published 6 years ago are still equally valid. One of the key things is for the modern generative AI is that it has no reasoning capabilities or very limited. It doesn't know what is true or what is false. It just knows how to predict next word. Also, cannot really know the sense of temporality or the space. Like for us, that is intuitive. For us, when we have a small child, only takes for a kid to bump their head once off a table. And we will not repeat it again because we know it's really hard and we can get injured. For AI, we need to have millions of instances of that so that AI does not make that type of mistake. Also, AI is biased. So for example, when you try to prompt some of these big, large language models that are coming from the US, they have very strong English language American type of bias, which is not necessarily applicable to different types of cultures. So if you ask generative AI to give you a superhero character, it'll give you a very Americanized version of a man that is shown in particular types of things, unless you really dig deeper to try to mitigate some of these type of biases. But many people are not aware of these biases and the limitations. Many people think I can just easily outsource of my work onto the generative AI. It seems that lawyers are particularly susceptible to misunderstanding of what generative AI can or cannot do. So a couple of years ago in the US, they reported a story about the lawyer who submitted all their court filings that were generated by generative AI. Most of cases that were cited there were completely invented because, as I said, generative AI has no meaning of the truthfulness. It just generates whatever the most sequence of the words seem logical or probable to the algorithm. Recently, also a few weeks ago in Australia, a similar story. Another lawyer, immigration lawyer, again got suspended because of this thing. Because they were pressured with the time and they thought they can generate their court filings with that, except every single court case they cited in that filing was invented. So not really clear. So that tells us, really, that people not only need to have their domain expertise, but they need to have also AI literacy. But then the ultimate goal that I'm actually proposing is that we need to think about is that we need to develop human skills while benefiting from the power of AI. And so that really requires a major way for us to reimagine what do we mean by skills and knowledge of the humans while benefiting of AI. And a few months ago, I proposed this model that we need to think about as we are actually trying to intertwine human and AI capabilities. You can see on this model 2x2, there are two axes. This horizontal axis has something which I call AI support or AI assistant. That's your co-pilot. That's your ChatGPT. These type of technologies are really aiming primarily to improve our performance for as long as they're good fit for a particular task, like writing task, and as long as we know how to use that tool effectively. And I call basically, if we know how to use that tool, we can actually have something which is called AI-empowered skills. But that's not necessarily really human skills. We just know how the tool to produce certain types of things. The other dimension that is equally important is good old scaffolding, good old ways how we are developing human skills. These scaffolds can be implemented as particular types of AI technologies. Like I was talking about some of these chatbots that is coming from Khan Academy. But the ultimate goal is this green corner, where we are actually having this synergy of the high power of the AI capabilities with the high human skills. And the key thing, the key hypothesis that comes from this is that we can only get to the combination of the high human skills and the AI empowerment for as long as we have high human skills. That's really the assumption. So that means we cannot forget the importance of the high human skills. That's really the prerequisite of what we want to do. Then the other important thing is that high performance in certain tasks, and even in some recent literature, is misunderstood. That does not imply high human capabilities, because high human skill is not equal to high AI-empowered skills. That's really the critical thing to take away from our consideration of the process. Why all this consideration is important? Well, there is one critical thing that happens for many humans. We seem to be easily deceived in certain situations when we are using AI, that we basically stop thinking about our own thinking. about our own learning. This is what I call metacognitive laziness. We do not turn on sufficiently strongly our critical thinking in many situations when we are using AI. Remember those two lawyers as well. They really do not turn their critical thinking. Part of the reason is something that is called the illusion of truth, because that content looks really good, and we are not bothered to check it. That's really the critical important. So then, big challenge, big question for all of us is, what are the long-term implications if you start over-relying on AI technologies for everything we are doing? How we are going then to develop human skills in many situations? What we so far know in terms of the evidence from the existing experimentation, many studies across the world as well, is that there is still not sufficient evidence how, while students are still in education, we can achieve this good entwinement between human and AI capabilities. In other words, we can just see good evidence of high empowered skills or high human skills, while this, our desirable corner of combining high human and AI empowered capabilities, not sufficiently happening in higher education. Maybe it may not happen while students are still in higher education, can only happen when students go into the workforce with the development of their expertise and experience. So that's something which is a big open question for the research and our consideration. The other final thing I want to discuss is that given the power of AI and how easily it can be used for many different types of tasks that we are assessing in education, from school to higher education and beyond, it is completely disrupting the ways how we are assessing things. The big question I want you to think about is that, do we have an illusion of human skills if we are only assessing the products, like a written essay? Remember that high human skills is not equal to AI-empowered skills. So in other words, if students are capable to easily produce an essay on something, maybe we should not be assessing students on that essay. Maybe we should be assessing also how students are coming to write that essay. What is the process that they followed? Not only whether they were able to spit out something that seems legible in a certain situation. My proposition, and this is the direction that we are developing future assessments, is that we need to take this word, metacognition, or students' judgments of the decisions that they are making, and the processes, like how they are thinking, how they are reading, how they are engaging certain types of things, to be the core of that assessment. And I'm going to give you just one very simple example. We are doing that inside of the authentic situations. These are real-world simulations. For example, this is an example inside of our system Flora, in which we are actually trying to help also to educate our medical students. So medical students are asked to diagnose virtual standard patients. So when they are chatting with these types of patients, we are tracking all their interactions, what they are doing, how they are asking questions. We are trying to assess their clinical reasoning as part of the process. Eventually, the system will automatically assess that interaction and the correctness of their diagnosis and offer them the feedback that is aligned to the rubric. And that rubric is not just whether they correctly answered or not, but also how they engaged into the process of the clinical reasoning while interacting with their virtual patients. So, just a couple of final remarks. I hope I made a convincing case for you today that we really need to broaden our understanding of learning, human learning, with, about, and despite. We often forget this despite part of generative AI because it may hamper our human learning. But as generative AI is not going to go away, it's already deeply penetrated into our societies and our economies. We, as educators, need to lead that change. and shape up our ways how we are integrating AI in our curricula, into our workforce, and preparing the people for the future and the age of AI. If you are interested in some of the further information, you can check out this paper we published in Nature Human Behavior, and also review of the existing literature that is empirically studying the implications of generative AI on human learning. And on that very note, thanks so much for your attention and the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you so much, Professor Dragan Jazovic, for sharing those valuable thoughts. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Zenka, Chief AI of the Global Partnership and Program Office, UNESCO Aichi, China, to take the stage.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, it is my great pleasure to attend today's conference on artificial intelligence, themed Navigating Digital Skills and Decent Work. I would like to begin by expressing my deep appreciation to Soha University, UNESCO Regional Office for the Gulf States and Yemen, and the Oman National Commission for Education, Science, and Culture for organizing this important event. Emerging trends in the application of AI in education, including higher education, highlight the immense potential of AI to enable new forms of teaching, learning, and educational management. However, it is important to recognize that AI also brings significant risks for students, educators, and education systems at large. It might undermine human agency, violate data privacy, exacerbate existing inequalities, and even result in new forms of discrimination and exclusion. Specifically in education, AI runs the risk of reducing teaching and learning processes to calculation and automated tasks. This could devalue the essential role of teachers and weaken the bonds they share with students. Additionally, by prioritizing investment in technology over human capacity development, AI may worsen the global shortage of qualified teachers. So in short, AI has shifted the traditional teacher-student relationship into a more complex teacher-AI-student dynamic. The integration of AI in education demands a closer look at the evolving roles of teachers and the competencies they need to use AI both ethically and effectively. As the primary users of AI, teachers are the designers and facilitators of students learning with AI, playing a crucial role in preparing students for the rapidly changing labor market. Teachers also serve as the guardians of safe and ethical use of AI in AI-rich educational environment, and as the role models for the lifelong learning about AI. To fulfill their responsibility, teachers need to be equipped with the knowledge and skills to maximize the benefits of AI while addressing its potential risks. My keynote address today centers on the readiness of higher education educators in the AI era, highlighting the status quo, UNESCO's AI competency framework for teachers, and UNESCO Aichi's work on empowering digital and AI competencies for the higher education workforce. Overall, there is a notable gap in the research and available data on the AI competencies of higher education workforce. A recent global survey conducted by the Digital Education Council provides some insights into the faculty use and perception about AI in higher education. With more than 1,600 responses collected from 52 participating institutions across 28 countries, the results offer a meaningful snapshot of the status quo regarding the readiness of higher education educators in the AI era. Findings of the survey suggest that 65% of faculty see AI as an opportunity, and 64% believe that AI will bring significant or transformative change to the role of an instructor. Some 61% of faculty have used AI in teaching. The most common AI use case is creating teaching materials, followed by supporting administrative tasks, teaching students to use and evaluate AI in class, boosting student engagement in class, detecting cheating, and generating feedback for student work. Among the faculty who reported having used AI in teaching, 88% indicates minimal to moderate use. Limited time and resources to explore AI, inadequate understanding about how to use AI in teaching, and concern about the potential negative impacts were listed as top barriers to AI use. It is critical to recognize that the AI proficiency of faculty is still in its early stages. 40% of faculty reported having no understanding or being beginners in developing AI literacy and skills. Only 17% indicated having advanced AI proficiency or being experts. Yet, 86% of faculty see themselves using AI in teaching in the future, and 66% agreed or strongly agreed that incorporating AI in teaching would be essential in preparing students for future job markets. Despite an urgent need to build the AI proficiency of higher education workforce, 80% of faculty did not find their institutional AI guidelines comprehensive, and there is a lack of clarity on how AI can be applied in teaching within their institutions. Only 22% faculty indicated that institutions had provided sufficient resources to develop faculty AI literacy, and key enablers for AI integration into teaching mentioned by those survey respondents included access to AI tools and resources, training faculty on AI literacy and skills, collecting good practices for AI integration, and develop clear guidelines on AI in teaching, and etc. These survey results underscore the urgency of strengthening efforts to support higher education educators in building their AI competencies. So what are the AI competencies truly needed by the higher education educators? The UNESCO AI competency framework for teachers provides a useful global reference on the knowledge, skills, and values teachers should possess in the AI era. While it is not specifically designed for higher education educators, it remains highly relevant. This framework aims to guide the proactive, continuing professional development and learning of teachers for a human-centered approach to the adoption of AI in education. As shown in the table on the screen, the framework comprises 5 AI competency aspects, including human-centered mindset, ethics of AI, AI foundations and applications, AI pedagogy, and AI for professional development. This framework also outlines 3 progression levels, namely acquire, deepen, and create. The acquire defines the core competencies for teachers to evaluate, select, and use AI tools appropriately in education. And deepen describes intermediate competencies to design meaningful pedagogical strategies that integrate AI. Furthermore, create specifies the advanced competencies for the creative configuration of AI systems and innovative use of AI in education. Let's now give a deeper look into the 5 aspects. The first one, human-centered mindset. It refers to the values and critical attitudes teachers must cultivate towards effective human-AI interactions. It calls on teachers to prioritize human rights and the flourishing of individuals of the cornerstone of AI integration in education. This aspect encourages teachers to adopt critical methodologies to assess the opportunities and challenges brought about by AI, while safeguarding human agency and human accountability. It also stresses the significance of understanding AI's broader societal impact and its implication for citizenship in an AI-driven society. The ethics of AI outlines the crucial ethical values, principles, regulations, institutional laws, and practical ethical rules that teachers should understand and implement. These are derived from the rapidly growing body of knowledge on AI ethics and its implication for education. This aspect charts teachers' evolving understanding of AI ethics fundamentals, their ability to ensure safe and responsible use of AI, and their comprehensive competencies to engage in adaptation of ethical rules. Next is about AI foundations and applications. This aspect lays out the conceptual knowledge and transferable operational skills for teachers to enable their selection, application, and creative customization of AI tools. Teachers are expected to develop a solid understanding of AI's definition, grasp the basics of how AI functions, and become familiar with the main categories of AI technologies. About the AI pedagogy, this introduces a set of competencies that are required for purposeful and effective AI pedagogy integration. It encompasses comprehensive skills to validate and select appropriate AI tools, to incorporate them into pedagogical methods, and to facilitate course preparation, teaching, learning, social caring, and learning assessment. This aspect highlights the necessity for teachers to determine the appropriate times and ways to use AI in an ethical and human-centered manner. It also involves planning and implementing inclusive AI-assisted teaching and learning approaches. Last but not least, the AI for professional development. This aspect highlights the emerging competencies teachers need to develop in order to use AI to support their lifelong professional development and collaborative professional learning, with the goal of transforming teaching practices. Teachers should build the ability to use AI to identify professional learning needs and foster a motivation for lifelong learning and professional collaboration. Over time, it is expected that teachers enhance their ability to adapt and create when using AI tools to bolster transformative professional development. The UNESCO AI competency framework for teachers serves as an overarching framework and flexible roadmap for policymakers and developers of teacher training programs. This framework can assist them in continuously fine-tuning the definition of AI competencies and designing capacity-building programs for the higher education educators in line with national context. Our previous discussions show a pressing imperative to build AI and digital competencies for the higher education workforce. Now I'd like to move on to introduce UNESCO ICHI's initiatives on empowering higher education educators in the AI era. UNESCO ICHI was jointly established by UNESCO and the Shenzhen Municipal People's Government, functioning as a Category 2 center focusing on higher education. Through 4 main functions, namely the capacity building, technical support, knowledge production, and information sharing, it aims to leverage new technology to empower higher education innovation, improve the quality of education, and promote education equity. In 2019, UNESCO ICHI, together with partner higher institutions worldwide and enterprises, jointly established the International Institute of Online Education. It strives to strengthen digital and AI competencies for the higher education workforce through the development of an online educational platform, educational resources, and global network. As of today, the IOE network has expanded into a network of over 120 partner higher education institutions, 43 regional and international organizations, and 34 enterprise partners. And in addition, 12 IOE national centers have been established in Asia and Africa. They serve as empowerment hubs for teacher digital and AI competency building, establishing a national network of higher education institutions to conduct localized activities. UNESCO ICHI's flagship project, the IOE Micro Certification Project for Higher Education Workforce Digital Capacity Building, aims to provide comprehensive and flexible support for upskilling and reskilling of higher education educators in their digital and AI competencies. Under this project, an adaptable digital competency framework and assessment criteria have been developed to guide the professional development of higher education workforce. In line with this digital competency framework, UNESCO ICHI has collaborated with IOE national centers, universities, industry partners, other international organizations to co-develop courses. And as of now, a total of 24 courses, including 19 in English, 3 in French, and 2 in Russian, and more Arabic courses will be available in 2025, are available on the IOE platform. And building on the course resources and in collaboration with IOE partner institutions, digital and AI competency training programs targeting higher education teaching personnel have been piloted in 9 countries. The IOE Generative AI course series aim to comprehensively enhance the AI skills of higher education educators, covering both fundamental skills and specialized areas, such as teaching, governance, various academic disciplines, and industry-academia collaboration. UNESCO ICHI, in close collaboration with IOE partners, has launched 12 courses in the past few years. And these courses are designed to support higher education teachers and leaders in effectively applying AI technology in teaching and management practices. More generative AI courses, including one on ethics and AI for higher education leadership, will be launched in 2025. And we also regularly organize webinars and trainings to drive teacher capacity building and professional development. In 2024, 17 sessions worldwide have been collected, attracting nearly 6,000 higher education educators. And these sessions cover essential topics in the AI era, such as big data, generative AI, and cloud computing. UNESCO ICHI, in partnership with higher education institutions and international organizations, hosts regional high-level policy dialogues. And these events aim to establish a mechanism for policymakers to engage in meaningful conversations, exchange policies and initiatives on effective AI integration in higher education, and showcase good practices. In 2024, 3 high-level regional policy dialogues were successfully held in Southeast Asia, Central Asia, and Africa, contributing to enhanced experience sharing and multilateral cooperation among diverse stakeholders in the region in higher education. Furthermore, UNESCO ICHI has developed a wide range of knowledge products to promote knowledge sharing, such as cloud and regional research reports and other knowledge products. So last year, we published a regional research report on digital transformation of higher education teaching and learning in Arab region in collaboration with UNESCO. Distinguished participants, higher education plays a critical role in equipping the future workforce with the necessary skills to succeed in the rapidly evolving labor market of the AI era. To this end, higher education educators must enhance their own AI proficiency to better train, guide, and support their students. UNESCO ICHI is committed to further strengthening digital and AI competency framework. In addition to developing this AI competency framework with our partners, we will enhance the IOE course system and implement localized capacity building activities to support the upskilling and the reskilling of higher education workforce. We will also continue to organize high-level regional policy dialogue to establish a mechanism to support peer learning, experience sharing, and policy formulation on AI integration in higher education. Furthermore, by building the capacity of higher education leadership, we hope that we can work together to create an enabling environment that encourages the innovative application of AI in education. Today's meeting offers a very critical moment for reflection and dialogue. In higher education, the advancement of AI brings both unprecedented challenges and opportunities. Our mission is clear. We must ensure that higher education educators are not only prepared, but also empowered to navigate this landscape. And this is essential for preparing students to thrive in the future of jobs. So let us seize this moment to unite our efforts and ensure that higher education evolves to meet the demands of the AI era, empowering educators and students to shape a brighter future. Thank you very much.
That was truly inspiring. Thank you, Mr. Zenka. Up next, we have Professor Abdel Nasser Hussein, UNESCO Chair on AI, Sultan Qaboos University, Oman. Let's welcome him to the stage.
Your Excellency, Dr. Rahmة إبراهيم المحروقية, Minister of Higher Education, Scientific Research and Innovation, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, good morning. I have prepared my presentation to be simple and basic about future of skills and job transformation with artificial intelligence. So we all know that AI is revolutionize our industry, our education, our services, and creating a new job while making some obsolete. We will have disappearing of jobs, emergence of new jobs, and we need to have reskilling and upskilling. AI is growing across industries like manufacturing, healthcare, finance, and education, really in all our fields. Some examples in healthcare, for example, diagnostic tools, personalized medicine, robotic surgeries, in which AI is replacing sometimes human. In finance, AI can be also replace human in fraud detection, customer service. In education, we have online learning, personalized learning. All these can fields in which AI can replace human. Skills at risk or jobs AI might replace is data entry, for example, some administrative rules, customer service, basic accounting, bookkeeping, repetitive manufacturing jobs. So these are risks that, jobs that have at a high risk that can be replaced by AI. There will be emerging jobs. Instead of that, in artificial intelligence basic, machine learning, data scientist, cybersecurity, digital marketing, AI ethics, and compliance officers. Essential skills for the AI-powered future, what we need to have is technical skills and soft skills. So some soft skills like problem solving, creativity, emotional intelligence is very important, adaptability, lifelong learning. These are soft skills. We need also technical skills like AI basic, programming, machine learning, how we let our machine learn from examples, from experience. Data analysis is very important. With AI, we have large amount of data that need to be analyzed. Cybersecurity, because of AI system, we need to have a secure systems. So how companies and governments can adapt in this area? We need to have reskilling of our workforce and upskilling them with the new skills, with the needed skills. We need to have investment in AI literacy. We need to have public and private partnership for AI regulations. AI is a collaborative tool, not a replacement. This is very important here. We must use AI to help us, and we need to increase our efficiency by using AI. So AI can be a help not against human. So we can enhance the productivity rather than replacing humans. So creativity and human judgment remain essential. AI is reshaping the job market by automating processes and creating a new job. While some jobs vanish, new opportunities arise that require different skill sets. Skills like data analysis, machine learning, and programming are becoming critical. Workers must adapt to technological advancement to remain relevant. The soft skills are very important. Communication, problem solving, creativity are increasingly valued in the AI-driven workplace. These skills facilitate collaboration and innovation. Some jobs at a high risk in manufacturing, data entry are at a high risk due to AI. Routine tasks can easily be automated. So here we will have to lose some jobs. There are jobs that at a medium risk, service sector like customer support, retail are at a medium risk. AI tools are enhancing efficiency, but require skilled human oversight. So here we need the human to be trained to use the AI tools. Low-risk jobs, some creative professions and those requiring emotional intelligence are at a low risk to be replaced by AI. They benefit from AI as a tool rather than a replacement. Workplaces are evolving by integrating AI tools for decision-making and productivity. Companies must create a culture of continuous learning and adaptation. So here are some examples about programs names and how to focus. For example, AI skill bootcamp for data science, soft skill workshop about communication and problem solving, technical integration training, AI tools for employees, digital literacy course, basic technical skills, professional development plan, career growth. So these are some training and education that we need to have them for the workforce. Future projections, these values may be not correct and may be changing with time and place. But for example, with AI advancement, many new job categories will emerge. So we will have 40% to have like new jobs emerging with AI, 30% maybe disappearing jobs. This is also not a fixed number, and this is only from one reference, but can be taken as indicator that how jobs will be replaced. 25% in the future, we need to have importance of reskilling to fill the gap between our skills now and the new skills that we need with AI. And as I said, 5% of jobs, mainly in creative sectors, are expected to remain stable against AI. Efforts needed by university. Of course, we will have a panel session later. We can enhance our discussion. But here we need to update the current curriculum, including AI, add practical experience on AI tools and software, include AI ethics, include AI human interaction. This is very important because we need the human to interact with the with the AI system and AI software, focus on innovation and entrepreneurship. So these are what we need to, and we need to start fastly, and maybe in the panel session we will discuss this in more detail. So the future is not about AI replacing jobs, but how to have skills, new skills that will adapt our system with the AI. Adapt, learn, and embrace artificial intelligence. So question and answer for the discussion. How do you see AI impacting your industry? What AI-related skills are you developing? So these are very important questions to ask ourselves. How our industry, how our system is affected by AI, and also what we need to do and what skills we need to develop to adapt ourselves with the system. Thank you very much.
We really appreciate your words, Professor Abdel Nasser Hussein. Thank you. Now let's keep the momentum going as we invite Dr. Mus'ab Al-Rawi, Director of ICESCO, Chair of Artificial Intelligence AI Ethics, University of Technology and Applied Science, Sultanate of Oman, to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you for introducing me and to be honored to be having here to share my insight about ethic use in AI. My name is Dr. Mus'ab Al-Rawi. I am the Director, Chair of Ethic AI in Cisco, and University of Applied Science, UTAS. Today's topic is a very important topic that we speak about how to using AI or live learning in an ethical way. So as all of the friends, this keynote speaker explained about the AI, today we are talking about more in why we have to start talking about live learning and why we have talking about upskill and reskill. Using AI in all the sector, different sector, is we must have it, but we have to using AI in the ethical way. And also the AI we have to establish the ethic, and it will be the big challenge for us to use it. And we must consider for our education system. Why is ethic itself? Before in decade, 100 years, was the knowledge sharing or created by humans. The human who creating the knowledge, who is the center of the knowledge of human. And this knowledge, we need to apply it and becoming research. So now the research type of the research, it becoming change from the human research and the data collect to the AI research. And this one, we want to apply it, it becoming patents, IP. When we're applying this patent, before it taking about 2 years to getting the patent recognized, 5 years, with this technology of AI, it becoming like hours. But no more that we think about more in AI, patent. We are thinking about access, how to get access to the data, how to get access to the information. So now also we'll be changing about economy information, selling the data. Before we can get the data, difficult to get the data for 1 year, we're making training, collecting the data, applying the form for the ethics, getting approved from the ministries, Ministry of Health, if you are doing the data for IoT and health. So it was difficult right now get the data easier from the economy of information. So here is very important to consider about the ethics. Also the technology for ecosystem, sorry, it's showing down that the information about ecosystem is changing. We are developing very fast and how to implement the ecosystem in the correct way. Here coming the idea of the ethic challenging nowadays. The most challenging that we're facing is the bias. Other bias from the algorithms itself. As you know, the camera were not recognizing the skin color. So it's not the fault by the programmer, the fault by camera, the sensor. So it is a bias, the more concept for us how to make more transparency, the algorithms. And we cannot go to the level of the transparency because it will losing the security of algorithms. So which type or which level to be the transparency of the data? Also, we are talking about the privacy. The data for training any AI algorithms, we need to know how the privacy to keep our data secure. But we need the data at the same time to training our algorithms. Here, how to solve it in ethically way. Transparency. We're always talking about transparency, but what does it mean? That I only explained about the algorithm is working. Do I know more about algorithms? I should know more study about the algorithm itself, how taking the data, my information, analytic, all, and present it. So I need to study more. If my major is AI or not AI, I should know more about the algorithms, how it's working. This call it transparency. Also, the challenge we are facing it, the responsibility of AI to determine where the fail. It is from the algorithm itself or the human becoming biased. We will come one by one to explain it in ethical way, how to solve it by algorithms. Proposing system, we are going to design, or currently I am designing, algorithm to the bias algorithms. I'm making data, algorithm, AI algorithm is only for biasing, collecting all the type of tools, all the algorithms, all the human words using bias, designing in new algorithms, and send it to the test, training my data to be biased. Why I should train my data to be biased? Post it in the media, see the bias, I'm getting the feedback from the human to see the bias, so I'm making my algorithms as bias algorithm standard. So any new tools coming, I need to check it with the standard. So if it passed, meaning this algorithm, this tools is biased. So the proposed system will collecting the bias from all the social media, from a human bias, from all the tools of algorithms, from ChatGPT, from all, and training the new algorithms. And this algorithm, we call it bias algorithms. This bias algorithm, we make a test, and we're starting to work with this one until now almost 20% of the project is still working. But we are going to extend to make initial AI bias. So in the future, we're giving certified that this algorithm is AI bias. Any tools you are planning to use it in the future for education system, it have to pass this one. This, we have to explain to be more transparency how this algorithm working. We're giving speech awareness, how this algorithm working, how the bias collecting the data. Also, the privacy. The more concept about AI, it becoming collecting our data and how long to collecting data. Yes, your name, your email address, your location, how to collect data and how much keeping inside the database. And it's secure. The high risk here that is data being attacked, it's going to have all information, like what happened to Volkswagen last month, that been attacking the data from dashboard and taking all the location and how many times you service your car and how many times you send your location, where you send your school from the GPS from the car. So how long the data being kept inside the algorithms. So also to implement transparency policy, we are making about transparency policy, where's the data? Why should I collect your name, your location? Why should I have your email? Why should I have your data all? So I have to be more transparency to avoid the privacy. And by your consent, if you are approved, I can keep the data. The issues here, we're losing the customer of using the data or everyone using AI, we lost the trust because they are worried about their own information. Here we're coming about transparency. This is what the chair of UNESCO doing, giving keep awareness. Also, how the algorithm working. So we explain the algorithm, how is working the algorithms, how to implement it, how the data go through it, and how to make the system complete to impact from A to Z. Where's the data in and where's out? how the weightage, how many layers in the SAD algorithms, and why I need each single information. For example, the gender, the age, the colors. All this information, we have to explain it to the user, and also we have to explain how the algorithm works, how the layer workings, to be more in the transparency. We developed also XAI to clarify how the decision made. So we have the right to know how the decision made to not be more in bias. As you know, AI is just decision making. Then it will be option in your hand. So we need to understand how the decision being made, decision. Also, by the language of AI, becoming AI is speak our language, also program in behalf of us. What happened to, for example, Alibaba? In October 2014, it's been attacked more than 7,000 times. Also, it's been attacked, the Booking.com, more than 700 times. The only people taking the code from the ChatGPT and the attack. So we have to be more transparency how the code is actually working. To solve most of the problem, that we have to give the right of the responsibility fall in where? The fault it is in AI itself, becoming biased. The fault in the sensor who collecting the data, such as camera, infrared, what type of the sensor? Where's the fail? The responsibility of the algorithm itself or the programmer. So all we have to describe the incorrect information and to recommend it by designing the algorithms of using AI. To make the developer and the algorithm organizer responsible about AI ethics by training, giving the framework. But before that, we have to train how to using AI in correct ways. Then we have to study the transparency, the algorithms of using AI. One of the projects that we do it, the most concerned about healthcare in AI. For example, in Nigeria, in Africa, there are certain places, it's very far rural area, no internet, no GPS, no doctors. So how to collecting data to secure the patients? We're putting the device offline, but this device, he need always internet. How the data, because we cannot apply data from Middle East to Africa for the patient. We cannot copy. It have supposed to be the same place from the same region. We cannot generate AI data because unethical. But what we do, we're starting with the normal data, genetic data, normal genetic data. As a startup, we put it offline in the device, and we put it in the rural area, and we visit him every 1 month to update. This algorithm, it becoming transparency algorithm, collect from the patient and explain this patient, your formation is going to help another patient. And this is why we keep it. So we recycle his data as giving the feedback to improving our AI. And the doctors have to visit the place every 1 month once to improving the data. Here, how to apply it in ethical ways. And here, how we found the transparency and not to be more biased of it. This AI power, it helps for healthcare services. And what we apply in the end of all, we're coming about the collaboration that we do it on to establish framework of ethics. We have to establish the rule regulation of ethical AI to use from the governments, to training about AI practices. So we have to using AI first, practice in using AI, then we're designing in ethical way to using AI. Also, we have to promote it awareness of using AI tools, ethical AI tools. At Cisco, ethical AI frame for education, been we starting from last year, January 2024, and we collaborate with more than 55 experts of using AI to frame and relocate of ethical AI frameworks to use in Islamic country. And we finished the workshop in July 2024 and presented in September in Summit, AI Summit in 2024, and we started working with ethic AI use in framework. We are working with the private and government, public sector, to design all in each sector we have designed it, like for healthcare, for educations, for all the type sector, service sector. Each sector we have to design in own ethic AI used. We cannot generalize the ethic used. It depends on the staff there, depends on the input there, depends on the types. So each organization have his own ethic, but belong to the standard, the general one. Another proposed system, before we're discussing the future of ethic AI in live learning, what we are facing, three, the skill that we are lacking of it, of using AI driving for supporting the live learning. Also, we are lacking of the tools to using in requirement of ethic database to use. Also, we are lacking of some that he not yet adopt of AI. By why they don't adopt AI? Because of the privacy. They start to not trust the privacy for the data. So we have to giving more awareness to it. And also they losing because of the bias, fairness. Most of the live learning opportunity, we lost it. And we need to protect the data of the student. To make all this one, have to be more recommendation, giving awareness, guideline, designing framework, working together with the stakeholder. This is how to design the framework. The proposed system that we are working in it, ethical AI citizens. We found the gap between the AI or the staff used. We found the gap first. We studied the gap. We're improving the AI used to the staff. This support by HR. We have to go to the HR first. We take sample, group not more than 5 people, to making the center of each sector, private and public. First, we study this 5 maximum. Study the gap of the AI used. Designing to skill them. We have experts of AI, giving them training to close the gap, to improving the organization skill training. Also, to upskill or reskill for them the method based on the policy and the mission or vision for this organization. We study the mission for each organization separate. We cannot generalize. We take the mission and the vision. We organize for them special training, closing the gap for the staff, reskill the method of using AI, focus in digital skill in ethic way. We cannot post all the data in the cloud, so we have to know which digital skill they have to use. Also to measure and re-evaluate them, and this course more than 8 weeks, 40 hours, depend on the gap of each one of them. So starting from 14 to 80 hours training to see, based on the gap of how we're using AI, how knowledge of AI he has, how the capability of AI he uses. We close this gap, improving the skill, then we examine them every 6 months to evaluate, because as you know, the tools of AI keeping update. So we examine every 6 months to make sure they are using in ethically way. This center for each sector we have it, private and public, to improving the ethic way using in all the organization in Sultan of Oman. Also, for live learning is very important for us. Other project we are working in it, and the most important project for education system that allow the student to using their own AI. I call this system is private tutor. I designed this system my own, that I call it the private tutor linked with the university mode. These private tutors, we are make sure that using transparency, high security privacy, and we don't collect all the information, just the name. And this name and the small data, the email, it will be deleted. It will not be in the database after the student graduated. So all the information when the student graduated, it will be deleted. So this way to keeping the privacy high. And the data collected, we have only designing the algorithms. And the data we don't collect it from the online, we data we collected from the library for the university. The resource from the university. So we're only collecting, rather than the student go to the library, like try to finding the books, we just put it in these algorithms. So it will becoming more ethically way use it, in transparency. And the things here, the private tutor, we have it, is aligns with the course outcome. Each subject, we have to integrate it here as course outcome. Depend on the design of the syllabus, the course outcome. So each syllabus, we integrate it here. So this private tutor is based on the university. Every time updating the syllabus and the course outcome, it will be updated. So it's standard for that university. And also, they keep the resource, the books and everything. Every time university updating the book, it will be updating here. To make sure this data ethically way and not biased. This application was almost 40% we are updating on it, and we are sharing this with experts of AI from different countries. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us at the first part of the program. Please feel free to have a short break and we will resume the program in 30 minutes. Thank you. May we require the participants to fill their front seats. ممكن للمشاركين يجلسوا في الكراسي في المقدمة. الكراسي في المقدمة. Let's invite our next speaker, Mr. Bob Alton, Manila, Finland. Okay. That's good. Hey, okay. التليفون أيوة هذا؟ طيب تمام. Sorry, Vice Chancellor of Sahara University, Her Excellency Professor رحمة بنت إبراهيم المحروقية, Ministry of Higher Education, Research and Innovation. Indeed. To honor
خلهم يشتغلوا كلهم زين اللي برا.
Valvanten. Welcome to the second part of the program. Let's invite our next speaker, Mr. Valvaamten, Minalearn, Finland, to the stage.
Perfect. So, thank you. Thank you for the invitation, dear Minister, dear honored guests, students, and like everybody. It's my first time in Oman, but what I already like is the hyviksin, the sweet delicacy. It's really, really, really nice. But I'm here to continue to talk about the upskilling issue. So I'm not talking about how to educate students. I'm here to talk about how to educate people who have studied already. And firstly, a few words about myself. So I'm the co-founder of the Elements of AI, one of the most popular online courses about AI in the world. And currently I'm the CEO and co-founder of Minalearn. And here I'm laughing about a joke that our country's president made. I can't recall what he said, but I was told to laugh. And like what we as a company do is we do AI training for companies, for universities, and for nations. And a few words about like what we have done. So we have been doing AI training for more than 7 years, and our most famous product is the Elements of AI course that we have done in collaboration with the University of Helsinki. And it's ranked as the #1 online course on computer science in the whole world, ahead of, for example, Harvard, Stanford, and MIT. And we have over, actually now, 1.5 million students globally in basically all the countries in the world, and the course is translated to 26 languages. And also the Arabic version will be coming before summer. And what I'm like really proud of is that like almost half of the students are women, which is not given in computer science, at least in Finland, where it's like still quite male, like a male subject. But like here we see that like it's not about the sex, it's about people given their chance to learn something new. And we also have over 25% are over 45 years old. So this is not a course for young people, it's for basically for all people. Sorry? You will be all joining it. Perfect, perfect. But my topic of the day is upskilling, and I know it's really, really hard, because the people who are studying in the university, they have a built-in motivation to graduate. You have to study or you won't graduate. But if people are working, they don't have any like motivation, and it's like really hard to push them to do like anything new. So how to upskill your faculty, company, or nation? And most people would say, let's build an online course, because they are semi-cheap, so you can just like put them on the internet and then people will take it. But guess what? People don't complete online courses. So according to studies, maybe 5% of people complete them. So the number is like really, really, really low. And even if people complete online courses, they don't really learn much, because most online courses are more done as click factories, where you just click through and then you are done, you get a nice certificate, but like what did you learn? And even if you learn something, the application to jobs is missing. You learn something new, and then you still return to your job, to your desk, and you like continue doing as you did yesterday. And this is like what we are trying to solve. And what people really want is they want to study flexibly. And recall, I'm talking about people who are working full-time. So people want to study on their way to work, they want to study on evenings and weekends, and they want to study in like very short increments of time. because people have also their own lives. People have families, their hobbies, and like stuff like that. So they can't just study and work, or that would be like very dull if you would do that. So when we, for example, teach AI, we have built a learning program where the study sessions are spread around quite a long time in calendar time, but then you just study 5 hours per week, and before you notice, you have learned something new, meaning in this case, learning AI. And what we also have noticed is that like if you add workshops to online courses, the completion rates rise to 90%. And by workshops, we really mean workshops and not lectures. So we really believe is that like when humans come together to learn something, it should be an event where they all talk, where they all interact and create something new. And like in the, at least in the old days, when I went to the university, it was more one person talking and 500 listening. Basically what I'm doing right now myself. And what we also try to do is that like people get from theory to practice as soon as possible, because that motivates people when you see what that like the learning actually has an effect. So what we like, for example, use in our courses is something that we call an AI lab, and that's an environment where people can safely try out different large language models. So we give them exercises, like for instance, like how to build good prompts, and also we try to break these like models so you know where you can trust them and like where not. Like as there was like in like one of the speeches, there was this lawyer who used ChatGPT and was caught, so we try to prevent that too. And then what we also like believe in is that like when you export like education, like we in Finland are quite famous for like our like education model, but like so far what people have done is basically shipped people from Finland to other countries to teach, or people from other countries to Finland to learn. And like what we like really try to do is like to leave the expertise in the countries or companies or faculties where it like belongs. And there we think the real thing is a train-the-trainer like model. And like here, we give these trainers all the tools that we ourselves use. So you get the same learning materials, the same teacher materials, and a platform that has all the AI labs and all the tools needed to run high-quality AI learning and like education. And like this like multiplies the effect, because then like the more trainers you teach and the more time passes, the more people they can then train also. So and this is like still like some like snapshots of our like product, where we also give, for example, like a dashboard where people can see how their students have done while on the course. So we like always ask all students before the course how they rate themselves on a scale from 1 to 5, and also after the course how they rate like themselves. And then the trainers can like follow their like students' progress on these like dashboards, and also see what the timeline for the given course is. And the biggest problem for like trainers like usually is that like they are a bit like afraid that like can I really like do it, because like what we also like try to do is that like AI training is not just for AI experts. We try to get like everybody to train. And there people might be a bit like hesitant, but we just like try to push them to host their first cohort, because that's the hardest. And when you get that done, the second one is a bit like easier and like so forth. And you also get like better. And we have excellent results in like trainers who have never done training in their lives, that like after 3 or 4 cohorts, they are like a boss. They get like 4.5 out of 5 ratings from their students. And I know there are like many people from the university like faculties here, so we are also one of our customers is the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and like there, for instance, we have trained some of their people to act as trainers, and they are first training their own faculty before they can train the students. Before it would be kind of like weird if they would train the students before they themselves know what AI is and what AI can do. And one of our other cases is Group M, which is one of the biggest media companies in the world. I think they have an office in over 150 countries. There we first trained their highest ranking people to like really give the mandate to the rest of the organization to use time and money on AI training. But then we have now, like during last year in their Polish office, like in Poland, like Europe, their own trainers trained over 100 people in the basics of AI. And like during these trainings, these students like produced 26 AI experiments, how they could actually make their own lives just a bit better with AI. And now the company is like considering 2 of these experiments for further funding that they could actually be like rolled out to the entire company. And also some of our other companies that we work with, we like for example work with Google, we train like some of people in like Europe, and also with other like faculties, and of course University of Helsinki, and with them we have a really tight collaboration. And we are, as I said in the beginning, we have our learning materials in like 26 languages, and are also translating them into Arabic as we speak. And we are now looking for pilot customers or like faculties. So like please send me a mail if you would like to join. I'd like thank you, and if you have any questions, I'm still here, so come and talk to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Val Fountain. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Salim Arraji, Future of Work East-Qua, to the stage.
السلام عليكم. Your Excellency, الدكتورة رحمة بنت إبراهيم المحروقي, Minister of Higher Education, Scientific Research and Innovation, Honorable Vice Chair, Chairman of Sohar University, esteemed guests and speakers, good afternoon. First of all, let me congratulate Her Excellency Dr. Al-Mahrouqi about her vision in revolutionizing higher education in the Sultanate of Oman. Dr. Hamdan, I'm very pleased to be here at Sohar University, a very esteemed university that is dedicated for students' excellence, innovation, and coping with the future to help students find their careers and jobs. Today, I'm coming from ESQUA to give you an example on how we at ESQUA are utilizing artificial intelligence in order to show how artificial intelligence is coping with individuals, educators, job seekers, and companies. I would talk about ESQA
yeah,
Skills
I'm
Monitor.
just looking. Right now, I don't hear
ESQA
anything
Skills
from
Monitor is a
my.
that is using big data or artificial intelligence in order to figure out what are the needed skills in the Arab region. And part of these countries that we are looking for is Sultanate of Oman.
Okay, so I should, okay, right now I don't hear, okay, so I just confirm, I don't hear anything right now, but I will hear something soon. Okay,
Okay, so
okay, then,
in the previous discussions I've heard from colleagues
okay,
who
and just to be sure,
very important
I'm not going to turn on
and
my
very
camera then, right? I'm just going to turn on.
presentations on the role of artificial intelligence in higher education. What on how we incorporate artificial intelligence in educational programs in order to prepare the students and everybody for the future. What I'm here to do, I wanted to do, is to talk about two important things: the what and the where. ESQA Skills Monitor, and I'm going to show you live examples, will show you what are the areas that artificial intelligence or occupations artificial intelligence is integrated in, and where, which jobs, which faculties, etc. So this tool is directed to all students in this room that are willing to cope with the future and looking to augment their education at Sohar University with the skills that are needed in the job market. And based on that, I'm going to show you real examples. So we looked at the most demanded jobs in the Arab region out of 4.5 million jobs analyzed. And we have seen many of them that are traditional jobs and many others that are related to the fourth industrial revolution. A small example of that is digital marketing manager and data engineering or software development. If we look for the most demanded technical skills, we can see social media and data analysis as skills that are needed for the future. What I wanted to show you specifically is that the digital economy is growing in the Arab region. And this is live data that has been updated recently, like 2 or 3 days ago. If you look at this nice map, it will show you how the digital economy in the Arab region is getting more dense as we move forward in the future. And our role at ESQA is to work with member states and ministries in order to cope with the changes of the fourth industrial revolution and get ready to the fifth industrial revolution. This tool is going to help everybody to know what are the needed skills, as I mentioned. And I'm going to show you an example where everybody can go to this website as students and figure that out. If we look at a marketing manager profession, it will show us all the skills that are needed in the Arab region as a marketing manager. If your students at Sohar University can log into this application and figure out the skills that might, or the small or the micro-credential programs, and some of them, as our colleague from Finland mentioned, could be online courses for 1 or 2 weeks to augment your skills and cope and connect better with the labor market. This is not only goes to the technical skills, it also goes to the interpersonal skills, such as sales, problem solving, innovation, negotiation, and many others. Now, I wanted to show you what is how is this could cope with the fourth industrial revolution and the future that we are in, including AI. I'm going to compare jobs between marketing manager and digital marketing manager. The marketing manager has traditional skills that are available or traditional skills that are needed in the job market. Here, I'm going to move to the jobs that are augmenting with the fourth industrial revolution, augmenting with AI. We will see that a digital marketing manager is required to have Google Ads, for example, analytics, and other Google Analytics, digital marketing, and others. This is just an example of a tool that how the world is moving so fast and necessitate the fact that we need dynamic and agile tool that will be able to cope these changes in technology and in artificial intelligence in order to understand what is needed in the market and to do the required upskilling and reskilling. So I would advise everybody at Sohar University to use this tool in order to know the skills. And this tool is available as a widget at the university's website. It's up to you, to all students, to see what are the skills that are needed. And I wanted to thank University of Sohar of augmenting this, because this reflects the keen of the university's management on helping their students to match with the labor market and have an easy transition from learning to earning to people in Sohar and in Sultanate of Oman. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Salim Al-Raji, for those thoughtful insights. Now I'd like to invite Professor Dil Kifar, University of Southern California, USA, who will join us online.
Already there. Already there. Everything is there. Yeah, you can share. You can share. Make us facilitate this. He can speak. Doctor, can hello? Doctor, can you please share your presentation? Can you hear us, Doctor? This is a full option.
Hi, Rakesh. Okay, thank you. Why don't we stay on just...
Yeah, doctor, you can speak, doctor. We can hear you.
Can you hear me? This is Dale Kiefer. I'm speaking today on what the title says is the DISCO. The DISCO offers an opportunity to grow Oman's digital skills for coastal resource management. DISCO stands for a Decision and Information System for the Coastal Waters of Oman, and this project was begun in 2018, and a operational system was put into place at the end of 2024. The participants in this project included American scientists shown in that figure. Recently, Scott Berg and Rakesh Belwal joined us to help evaluate the utility of the system. The project was sponsored by NASA and the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries Wealth of Oman. The collaborators in the project were scientists from, as shown there, from the Marine Science and Fisheries Center. The system is designed to automatically download information from satellites and also data from fisheries and oceanographers and output from actually a naval supercomputer supercomputer that is scaled to the coastal waters of Oman. This information includes tagging data, circulation models, satellite imagery, and fisheries, is automatically georeferenced and referenced in time by the DISCO system, which was developed by System Science Applications, where I'm chief scientist. The DISCO system correlates or basically unites this information, puts it in the geographic information system context, and provides tools for analysis that are hopefully useful for coastal resource management. These examples of application include mariculture or aquaculture installations, fisheries management, both commercial and large-scale fisheries and artisanal support, conservation for threatened species, information on water quality, and in particular for Oman, the issues of harmful algal blooms and eutrophication, and special weather events that can occur. The system that is being used, the software that's being used by on the server at the Marine Science and Fisheries Center looks something like this in terms of its components. The server is a Windows machine, but the software can also be run on desktops for individual scientists. The easy software is the core of this system, and looking at the bottom half of this figure, we see that the system brings in a broad range of imagery, vector data, ARC shape files, and so on. They're all integrated by the system, and then output as desktop monitors. The system can be activated with what's called the net viewer on a server, and in that situation, the data that's gathered and the analyses that are conducted and the syntheses that occur can be viewed interactively over the internet by clients. The key scientific features of this software are shown under this in the list are listed near the API going into the analytical plugins. That includes Aqua Model and EOF analysis, fish tracker systems, and spatial analysis calculations. The system that's running on the server at the Marine Science and Fisheries Center consists of a server, which is a Windows machine, which automatically downloads satellite imagery at 12-hour intervals, as well as output from supercomputers found at the Naval Research Center at Stennis Space Flight Center. The projects are then run on that server, and information and the projects can be run by 3 local area network workstations that can access the large database that is growing on the server for both training of scientists as well as developing or improving projects that are currently running on the server. My view of how this system can be used to support artificial intelligence projects is shown in this diagram. The system is, as I said, available for scientific and analytical plugins, and one of those plugins could be an AI system that is designed for providing information for coastal resource management. The system, since it gathers huge amounts of data on a regular basis, systematically from satellites and output from this 3-dimensional geophysical circulation model coming from the Naval Research Center, can be trained by this large amount of data to then carry out AI analysis of that data. Thus, we have a cycle here where we use the large supply of information on the coast of Oman to train the AI system. That training, if successful and sufficient, then will lead to a output of AI products using the same system as using the geographic information capabilities of EASY to display this information and to eventually disseminate it to clients over the internet. The types of applications that are already running and hopefully could be run with support from AI capabilities include the mapping and forecasting both and monitoring of harmful algal blooms that may threaten fish kills and also impact desalination plants. And this is a figure of some of the research that we're doing currently, monitoring and developing a time series of information of the location and the nature of the species and the intensity of these harmful algal blooms. Other applications include information and analysis of fisheries data to support sustainable operations of artisanal and commercial fisheries. It includes and been applied already by the director at the Marine Science and Fisheries Center, Dawood, for fish farm operations in coastal waters, such as Quarryat. We are working very actively right now as a team with our Omani colleagues on developing a harmful algal bloom forecasting detection system that would be useful for protecting, closing at appropriate times desalination plants. An example now of this work is shown in the following diagrams. This is our monitoring of a massive bloom of Noctiluca, which is now dominating large-scale bloom, harmful algal bloom events along the coast, both coasts of Oman. Here's one example of an analysis that we're conducting. Here's a bloom that occurred on March 2024. This shows in this figure the chlorophyll concentration, which is a proxy for Noctiluca presence. Prior to the bloom, then the massive and widespread appearance of Noctiluca in the Gulf of Oman, and then about 2 weeks later, and then the recovery of the system at the depletion of the bloom at the end of March. This information is then it's supported by additional information such as water temperature. This is the height of the sea surface, and we now are building a mechanistic model to try and predict the appearance. We can monitor these events, but we would like to have at least a 10-day or 7-day warning period or forecasting to allow operations at desalination plants to occur. The information here shows the time series of temperature changes at the sea surface from satellite imagery. This shows the presence of eddies that are key to transporting offshore waters that are perhaps rich in Noctiluca, or the patterns of circulation of cyclonic and anticyclonic flow, which is extremely active in the coastal waters of Oman. The model that I'm working on with scientists is a mechanistic model of these blooms. I'm not going to go into detail in this short talk, but they require a simulation of the process of nutrient cycling by the plankton, either normal plankton or the Noctiluca bloom itself. These nutrients that are key to predicting blooms and monitoring them include nitrogen compounds, phosphorus compounds, and oxygen. And this is a fairly complex dynamics that is a big challenge for a purely mechanistic treatment. I believe that this large amount of data that will be assimilated by the DISCO system can then be help support this mechanistic model with a AI type statistical treatment for predictions and monitoring of these harmful blooms. Other applications include tracking pollutants from the coast. In this case, we see color-coded drifters that are associated with coastal infrastructure, such as desalination plants, or it could be waste treatment plants, or even heavy industrial activity. Here's a good example of a tracks of Duqm, where we see that if heavy pollution is occurring at that industrial site, there is a likelihood of accumulation of some of that material trapped in the bays to the north. This image also shows you the complexity of coastal circulation in Oman. Here's another application. We have data of turtle migration from the island off of La Réunion that have been treated for injury by fishermen, that then are released when healthful, and then they make their migrations thousands of kilometers to the coastal waters of Oman. And we are using AI type analysis we're moving towards that. We're using Markov chains to try and understand the factors that determine the pathways of the turtles as they make this vast open ocean transit. This just shows you some of the dynamics of the turtles that are actively using the magnetic field and other indicators of conditions as they move to the coastal waters. And we have we're building our database on these migrations. Here's another project in the Red Sea where we are running simulations of fish farms and looking at their potential impact of particulate waste materials or dissolved waste materials from these farms as possible impacting coral reefs in the region. This is a full simulation of the fish in these net pens that are distributed in this region. This is perhaps the most, and I'll finish with this. We've done agent-based modeling of the equatorial fishery of tuna fish, skipjack, yellowfin, and big-eyed tuna. We have a dynamic populations description and the movement of the 3 species of tuna, and we have a description of the full fisheries operations for 50 years and a very sophisticated use. But we can do individual-based tracking and again, which is an AI area of possible application. So to conclude, we believe that DISCO will help to grow Omani digital skills in marine science in several ways. First, the large historical data stream that will be stored by the DISCO system will provide large amounts of detailed data needed to train AI algorithms that can then be applied to coastal resource management. Second, the structure and dynamics found in the modules that we have developed for things like turtle movements and the plankton dynamics that determine water quality and harmful algal bloom appearance and disappearance will help to guide development of more advanced machine learning simulations and AI algorithms. Third, DISCO provides a powerful communication capability to coordinate modeling analytical efforts by Omani scientists and engineers. That is this internet capacity for client-based selection of data and analytical results. Currently, with support from NASA, the DISCO team has plans to meet with coastal resource stakeholders this year to discuss their needs and assess the values of the DISCO products. This one-year assessment will begin during the first 2 weeks of April with workshops at Sohar University and a venue in downtown Muscat. We hope that some of you will want to attend. If so, please contact Dr. Bilwal or myself, and we would happily include you in our presentations and ask for your help to evaluate the utility of what the DISCO project offers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Delkifar, for sharing those valuable thoughts. At this point in time, we're going to get into the panel discussion, which is going to be led by Professor Noor Nuha Binti Abu Mansour, Suhar University Dean of the Faculty of Business. Prof. Noor, may you please come to the stage?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you to the MC. I'm supposed to be inviting the various panelists. As I call your names, could you please come up to the stage? Professor Dragan Gasovic, which is Distinguished Professor of Learning Analytics. We have Mr. Zian Kauf from Chief Global Partnership and Program Office, UNESCO. Oh, I have to move here. I thought I was supposed to sit that side. Okay. Thank you. We'd have Professor Abdul Nasser Hussain, UNESCO Chair of AI, Sultan Qaboos University. Can we have Dr. Musab Al-Rawi, Director of ICSEO, Chair of AI Ethics, University of Technology and Applied Science, Sultanate of Oman, Mr. Ville Valtunon, Minalurn, Finland, and finally, Dr. Salim M. Araji, Future Work, ESCA. Thank you. I think we're missing one, but yeah, go ahead first then. Okay. Your Excellency, Dr. Rehma Ibrahim Al-Mahrouki, our Chancellor, our Vice Chancellor, distinguished guests, fellow colleagues, and fellow students. Thank you for being here. I've been asked to moderate the session today, and with me there are actually 6 panelists. One will come and join us soon, inshallah. In my career, I think I've seen and witnessed the transformation of digital skills. And in those years, I found that I started out in my career, there's advance in personal computers, internet expansion, and we move on to social media and mobile, and currently now generative AI, which is those developments involvement. And you know, many of the students here are within the AI generation. So let me begin here by saying that AI is a technology whose rise has rightly been compared to what we can so-call fire. So this afternoon, we hear from our panelists, all the 6. We've heard them speak this morning. And let me begin first with Professor Gasovic. My first question. How will you see AI has impacted job displacement in various sectors, and what challenges do you feel that HEI will face in preparing students for the future jobs? Can someone help pass the mic, please? There's a mic there.
So, thanks so much for the question. It's a tricky question. It's also difficult to make the predictions as well. I'm gonna just probably start first with one joke. And that's basically 2015, Elon Musk made a prediction that we will in 5 years, by that time, 2020, all have self-driving cars. And then a year after that, Geoffrey Hinton, who just got last year Nobel Prize and who is basically dubbed as one of the godfathers of modern AI, predicted in 2016 that radiologists by 2021 will be out of job. And there's a nice photo saying radiologists are still driving to work in 2025, right? So making these type of predictions is really difficult. One of the implications and what we can see today is that many people initially started laying off lots of writers in many different industries, like whether it'll be in journalism or other areas. The other area where many started laying off many people were graphic designers and illustrators. What we are now seeing is actually the opposite trend, that we are actually seeing many more people being hired. Why? Because we are realizing, at least with the current generative AI and the current generation, That type of technology is really good assistant in many different types of tasks. But that type of technology is still not quite ready to displace many types of jobs, right? So that's one of the things that is really, really important. I think in the longer term period, I think doctors, medical doctors, the actual doctors, not like me, computer science doctors, are safe in types of things that needs to be done. It's a very simple thing. Imagine an emergency room, and a physician needs to now like query everything that is there, or AI needs to replace many of these types of things. AI can supplement many types of things in that space, but not really completely replace them. So there are some other areas as well where you are seeing, like, for example, medical developments of pharmaceutical medications and so on. In that space as well, we are seeing these significant boost in productivity, and we are reducing the time that people can do certain types of things. But we are not seeing the kind of job losses or anything major. In the IT industry, it's not quite clear at this stage. Some famous CEOs like Mark Zuckerberg is claiming that all their code will be written by AI. Personally, I'm very skeptical. I'm more in the camp of the CEO of GitHub. GitHub is one of the also large organizations in software industry who basically said that they have major problem of training enough of their software engineers to use generative AI in the most productive ways. So I think making these type of predictions is really hard, and I can't give really more straight answer than this.
All right, okay. We'll keep it open at the moment. Right, can I move on to, I think Professor Abdul Nasser. You are chairing the UNESCO chair in Sultan Qaboos University. What is your view in terms of the challenges, and how to prepare students and higher education to prepare students with this regard?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. Really, as we said that in our presentation, and many of our colleagues also emphasize on this, there are skills need to be taught to students. Students should learn new skills. And really it is like a feedback system in the university. Previously, we have, for example, cohort that in any college that it takes them 4 or 5 years to be graduated. And normally we ask our advisory board about feedbacks from them so that we can know whether we have satisfied our objectives or not, and what we need to change. So it is like a feedback system. The input is our graduate, their knowledge, and there is a feedback from the industry. There is a change in a control system, like a control system, to change the gain, to improve our output and reduce the error between the output and the objectives. This system, I think, is not more sufficient, because we cannot wait 4 or 5 years to change our degree plan with the improvement of AI. Right. So AI is changing the world of education, so we need to do that fastly and in short periods. We need to look at our skills, how we improve them. And for example, as I said, there are 2 types of skills: technical skills and soft skills. They both need to be taken into account. We need to look at not only at, for example, computer science people or computer engineering. No, AI now is important for all graduates. So
there's a constant skill review that needs to be done.
So even in humanities college, now we need to teach them AI. So for example, at Sultan Qaboos University, we have introduced a university elective course for artificial intelligence. But I think this is also not enough. I think it must be university requirement that at least a course for all students in which we introduce AI, introduce ethics of AI, introduce some programming, some systems. And after graduation, continuing education of our graduate is very important. People have graduated since 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. They need to update themselves. So we need to encourage online learning, lifelong learning, attending workshop, webinar, and always we need at the university to collaborate with the governmental sector, private sector, in order to have continuing education courses between the industry and the university to improve our graduate and to update them with the skills they need.
Thank you very much, Professor. Can I kind of move on to the next question here? We've listened to Eska talking about the skills requirements and what would be the primary digital skills needed in the workforce today? Primary, specifically, whether there are any 2 or 3 specific skills that's required, and from there, how can HEI bridge the gap to prepare for this AI-driven economy? Can I ask that to Dr. Salim?
Yes, it's working. So, as we know that AI is getting involved in every single thing. It's not a creature on its own that we need to learn AI. However, the trick is how to augment AI in every occupation or every skill that you have. This is the key interest. And just complementing the discussion of the first question, it's not AI who's going to take that job. It's the person who knows AI will take that job. So it's a matter of how much we augment our skills to cope with the new changes in technologies, and not the AI itself. Talking about the skills that are needed, besides the technical skills that are changing so much in every field, and augmenting every technical skill to be augmented with AI, there are key soft skills that are needed across the board and probably are not changing as much as the technical skills that are required. Some of them is problem solving. I mean, I would have to add on the top of the list is, if you wanted to consider this as a skill, lifelong learning. I wanted to give you a personal example. I graduated from university with PhD in economics 2014. Between 2014 and 2023, too many changes have changed on the economics profession. Part of it is the integration of machine learning into economic analysis, which is applied economics. I was working with a team of junior colleagues who barely graduated from universities, doing their internships, having their first year of their career, working on data science and in IT. And some of them economics with data science major. I found myself that in 5 years, between now and in the UN, our target is 2030, is the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. So I felt like between now and 2030, I will be almost with 0 skills compared to the changes that is happening. So I tried, after my PhD, I tried taking classes. If you go at my Udemy courses, I have almost 10 classes from introductory, because I have 0 clue about artificial intelligence, up to a certain level of augmenting artificial intelligence in economics. So what I'm trying to do is, the bottom line of this discussion is the first skill that we need to acquire and keep in mind is lifelong learning. I don't think we need to graduate from school or university and we just sit back and relax. This is not going to work anymore. If you want to stay competitive in the labor market, you have to keep learning. And the more you learn, the easier it gets to learn, in fact. And the less the gap it is. And it will be a business as usual to you. Others, skills that we go over is communication, still on the top of the list, as I showed you in our portal. problem solving, innovative thinking, critical thinking, and many others. These are the skills that we can say they are sustainable and less changing compared to other skills. So the key is that we need to keep monitoring and keep learning across the way. Thank you.
Mr. Ville Veltinen, maybe you could share some perspective with regards to what you're currently doing with the applications with regards to AI and how you train across.
Yeah, like first of all, I would like to say that I agree with the points here, like what I said before, and also what I think that will happen with jobs is that already now we see that the jobs that don't require highly skilled labor, they're going to be the first to go. So at least in Europe, there's this big fintech company called Klarna. They already replaced 80% of their customer service with AI. So it's already happening. And I think that's going to be even more radical in the following years, that all the entry-level jobs will be gone. And I think that's a really challenge for also the universities, because nowadays, at least we as a company, when there's a new graduate from the university coming, they can't do anything because they are just trained in the theory, so they still need to learn the practical jobs. So we somehow need to bridge that gap, and then how to keep that gap bridged also in continuous education. And because as you said, that's now 10 years is starting to be a really long time. And then as we train companies, we see people who have been in the university 30, 40 years ago, and they have totally lost the touch to modern tech. So they don't even know the basic digital skills. So we need to almost show them how to use a mouse. And this is in Finland, which is supposed to be quite an advanced country, but still it's not. The gap is growing even wider. So what we think what should be done is first of all bridge the gap over the entry-level jobs, and that's for the higher education institutes to somehow overcome. I don't have a solution yet. But then also for the countries and companies to invest in the continuous education, and also the practical one, because the internet is full of courses that you can take, but they are mostly theory. And now especially with Gen AI, it's the first time that all people can actually use AI that doesn't sit somewhere in the machine chambers that only coders can touch, but something that sits with you and is your personal assistant that's awake 24/7.
All right, thank you. I'm going to have an open question here to anybody who wants to answer. How can we responsibly incorporate AI into higher education system? We've had a very special talk just now. We talked about, I think it was from Dr. Musab, yeah, with regards to incorporating AI into our higher education system. How can higher education systems become responsible in doing that? What are some of the ways to do so?
Thank you for the question. How the higher education will be responsible of AI by designing the frameworks. So AI, the responsibility by higher education to design the framework as ethically way. How the student learning AI in the correct manner. Before I answer more on this, I just went back to the question, which job it will be remained or which job it will be lost or disappear. We are not losing the job because of AI. We are losing the job because someone else using AI. This is what explained by Invada. So AI, it's giving us new technology and new skill, soft skill. So by AI, as a student or the lecturer or staff, we're learning more skill that we never had it before. And is more in the soft skill. So we are learning more in AI, so we have to use it. But in the higher education, how to using the AI in the correct way. This is our own responsibility as a staff in the higher education, how to teach our students using the AI in the correct way, and how to adopt AI in their own soft skill without losing their own soft skill, like problem solving, team working, communications. So they have to adopt it in the correct way. We say in mentioning some project about private tutors that we are not stick to the same time, like from 9 morning to 2 p.m. It can student learning at any times, of course, and anywhere, to improving the skill based on the higher education policy. So that's why we keep our students in the correct direction. To understand, they will understand the privacy, the transparency, and the responsibility of using the strong woman is AI. I think I get the question. Answer?
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Zien, do you want to kind of add on with regards to UNESCO's approach?
Yes, thank you very much for this important question. So from our perspective, we believe that to responsibly integrate AI into higher education, we probably need to take 3 key approaches. One is called a holistic approach. The second one is multi-stakeholder approach. And the last one is the human-centered approach. So for a holistic approach, meaning that we need to systematically integrate AI into different aspects. This includes the AI policy and the guidelines adopted at the national level and institutional level, and also involves capacity building of the teachers and student learning support, and also it includes like infrastructure development, because in many countries, digital divide is still a significant issue. So we need to address these existing barriers. And for a multi-stakeholder approach, it's very clear that responsibly integrating AI into higher education need collaborative efforts among diverse stakeholders. These include policymakers, higher institutions, and international organizations, and very importantly, private sector entities, because each player has a very unique role in strengthening the AI system in higher education, so that we can have a very supportive ecosystem to support the purpose. And lastly, I think it's very important to emphasize the human-centered approach, because the use of the design should be at the service of increasing human capabilities. And access to AI tools should be equitable and inclusive, because many marginalized communities, such as persons with disabilities, people residing in rural areas, they may have restricted access to AI tools, and we do not want to exacerbate these existing inequalities. And also, I think the selection and the monitoring of AI tools should be human-controlled and human-accountable. I think these are the 3 key approaches probably we need to undertake to responsibly integrate AI into higher education systems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So we're supposed to finish. We're given 40 minutes. So I'm going to run across. I think I've shared most of the questions, but I'm going to give you an opportunity to kind of give us 1-2 core points that you feel would be good take-ups for everyone here in this hall to bring back. So my question here, my last question here is, what role should HEIs play in equipping students with the necessary skills to thrive in an AI-centric market? I know it's a little bit repetitive with my second question, but just for take-ups to bring back, what will be 2 core priorities for higher education institutions here, specifically in Oman, to kind of ensure that AI moves on, moves forward, and the lecturers, the stakeholders that are governing higher education in Oman and the businesses out there are able to grasp this to be successful for the country to grow forward? I'll start with Professor Learning Analytics. Professor Gassif, please.
Yeah, I would probably reply to some of the previous speakers as well, to the summary, nice summary to what I was saying is, I would basically identify the key skill we need to be developing is adaptive skills. That's basically, so that adaptivity is really the core challenge. So what do we mean? That adaptivity really goes back to some of the basics, learning to learn. Most students don't know how to learn effectively. And that is basically deeply linked to their metacognitive abilities and everything else. But that basically also has some of the additional ramifications in the age of AI. They have to have strong understanding of the limitations and the benefits and how to use AI. That is to say, critical AI literacy. That's one thing. And then, as previous speaker as well, is to have that mindset of lifelong learning. That basically their learning does not stop at the end of particular course, because the half-life of knowledge and skills is actually shrinking. And so what is relevant now is not becoming relevant in the future, and so on. So the question, though, is what are those vulnerable skills that needs to be done or not, is really a big puzzling thing. There's basically this tension of what companies want to do versus what really we need as a society, and there's a bit of a tension. Each corporation, to basically stay relevant, is always trying to reduce the cost, because basically human resources are one of the biggest costs. And so it's not surprising why many organizations, as Vela mentioned, are trying to many of their customer services, because they think the chatbots are going to solve everything, right, in many situations. What we are seeing is chatbots are actually quite limited. We did studies as well, that chatbots basically, people need to know what they need to know, and these chatbots need to be specifically prepared to work in certain situations. Our chatbots today are far more powerful than they were only 3 or 4 years ago, and I can see that line is pretty vulnerable. The question is, do we need to worry in higher education that our students are actually customer service officers? I think that's not really the role of anyways, higher education, to prepare customer support. But where we basically want to say is we need to really emphasize across our students that deep domain knowledge. So where we actually as humans have the added value. So scientists, medical doctors, physicians, also pharmacists, also even any lawyers and so on, they will still make their relevance because the human judgment will stay, and human judgment is really difficult for AI to replicate in some of these very domain-specific areas. Therefore, the teaching of that domain judgment, expertise, and exposing our students to in different situations to exercise that judgment is a really core skill that we need to have.
Thank you. Mr. Zain, please. Okay, Prof, do you want to go ahead first? Yes, go ahead.
Two examples about, first example, about how to combine the artificial intelligence with the human intelligence. This is very important because this will be, we will get the power, the maximum efficiency of using artificial intelligence. If you ask now generative AI to write, for example, to you a program, it will be given to you in less than 1 minute. Very long program with maybe 10,000 lines to do some task. But if you want to use it for your own data, you need your human intelligence. Even the question you ask the generative AI, you need to select it in the correct way. Otherwise, the generative AI will take you to another direction, maybe will not give you the correct answer. So here it is very important to combine human intelligence to artificial intelligence. Another example that we needed is emotional intelligence. For example, now we have online advising. A student can, with chatbot, give a question and get an answer about advising him to do some, to register a course or to withdraw a course. Yeah. And that is not enough, really. When the student meet the advisor, personal advisor, there will be emotional intelligence. The instructor, the advisor can understand the student, can understand the feeling of the student, the behavior of the student, and can express the correct answer.
All right.
Also, we sometimes in the ethics, we need to consider some traditional and cultural needs. The guidelines for ethics is very important that we have to consider our specific needs in every society.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Zain, please.
I echoed with what has already shared by the previous panelist. It's like very crucial to not only cultivate some general digital skills and domain-specific digital skills. It's very important you have complementary skills such as critical thinking, creative thinking, and problem-solving ability. These are the essential skills always listed by enterprises as key for success in the industry. And I'd also like to highlight that we need to consider how to ensure inclusive and equitable access to AI knowledge tools, because some people may be left behind in this education process. And besides that, I think higher education institutions should also focus on research to provide insights into the development of relevant policies on AI integration in higher education, and to develop localized AI competency and digital competency framework for students and teachers. And these are serving as the guideline to help students and teachers to gain the necessary attitude, values, and skills in the AI era. And also fostering partnership with private sector is very important, so that we can have the educational program respond to the evolving needs of the labor market. And I think also studies show that cooperating with private sector entities can also bridge the gap in accessing digital and AI tools, so that we can ensure that the advancement of technology benefit everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Musa, please. I will after this, inshallah.
I think we have to give more in transparency, and we're giving, by Ministry of Education, giving awareness to all the users, not specific for computer science or IT department, for all the sector, we have to give him awareness how to use it and in transparency. So one of the skills that we going to elicit is the problem solving. To upgrade your skill before you solve the problem, your skill will be upgrades. But right now we're using AI, it solves the problem in 1 minute. So the problem solving will reduce. We have to get more in touch with the industry, so that we get a real problem statement and not like just case study and theory. And we fit it to the university syllabus. So every time the student graduates and working, we will still in touch with them and getting the feedback from the companies. And to fit changing our syllabus in daily basis. Even the resource, the way how you teach, the way how you deliver it, to improving for the next generations. And we're keeping the loop to improving time by time for the skill. Thank you.
Mr. Ville, please.
Yeah, so like what I think will like happen is that like now of course like AI is the hot topic, but then in like maybe 10 years like nobody will talk about AI because it just is. So it's like the same as like nobody talks about using Word or Excel or any basic like digital skills. So we will just be like using it, and it's just like water or air that we just like use. But like what of course like universities should teach and people should learn is like what are like the boundaries. So like what is like wise to use computers for, and like what not. And like what still like remains, so like there like much of like discussion of all like the complementary skills. So of course you should learn how to like interact with humans, you should like learn languages and like stuff like that. But like what still is like really important, that you know a skill that somebody is willing to pay for. So you should learn medicine or law or coding or like whatever. But if you just learn these like complementary skills, like it might be that it's like really hard to get a job. But like these skills are really important in all of the jobs. And that's my take.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Salim, maybe.
Thank you. Your first question was how could higher education how do they move to cope with AI? I would like to propose 3 important things that are related to the innovation literature and slash economics that I come from, and the changes that are happening around the world. The first point is that there should be an integration between universities, public sector, and private sector. If you wanted to compare the global north and the global south, in the global north, most innovations are coming from university labs. And however, in the global south, majority of innovations are coming from private sector initiatives or innovation, and at a very lower frequency compared to the global north. So the role of integration between universities, private sector, and public sector is very important to come up with new innovations and to produce knowledge at higher educational institutions. The second point that I wanted to talk about is dynamism. We know that we are in an era that the frequency of change is unprecedented. The sheer of change is unprecedented. We can't just stand and look. I'm talking about in our area, in the Arab region, to keep thinking about higher education the same way. And my second point leads to the third point. The micro-credential is getting very important. This does not negate the fact that university education is not needed. University education is the core and foundation of everything. However, to understand the markets, the labor market specifically, and industries, sometimes we are just $1 short. A micro-credential program that takes 2 weeks that could equip us to match with the labor market and to get a career job or to get the job that we would like. So these are the 3 points that I would propose based on the information that we gathered during the COVID-19 pandemic, which we came to the labor market without any knowledge what the market needs. And this is what pushed us to use artificial intelligence to understand the market better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, I'm going to open, I think we can take around 3-4 questions from the audiences, please. Do you have any questions? Can I go ahead with the person at the back first, please? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Do you think you can stand up a bit so we can hear you? Can you introduce yourself, please, and where you're from?
Thank you. So I have 2 questions, one for Mr. Vel and the second for Dr. Musab. The first question for Mr. Vel, would you elaborate more on the EI lab that you have? Is it programming lab or drag and drop lab? What kind of lab of EI? The second for Dr. Musab, you talk about EI and soft skills, but I didn't get the relation between EI and soft skills. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So the question was about our AI lab and how it works. So our AI lab is constructed especially for teaching AI and how to interact with large language models. So in the lab environment, you can safely interact with multiple models without creating your own login information. And that means that all the data that you of course you should never share any personal data for these models, but in this case it's totally anonymous, and you can more safely use them and also see how the models differ. So if you ask the same question from for example Google's Gemini or ChatGPT, they don't produce the same answers. and even the same model doesn't produce the same answer each time you ask them. And then we have like specific like questions for students to think, why is that? And then of course we give them the right kind of like the right like answers like afterwards. But like we think that like learning happens best when you can really try it out yourself and then like discuss with your peers why something happens that you don't like understand.
Okay. Thank you.
Kind of like, and then like our lab is not like an physical environment, it's like an online like environment where you can, but of course you are more than welcome to visit Finland.
Okay, thank you. Right, can I saw a question coming from Dr. Musab. Do you want to say something? Oh, okay, the second question on, sorry.
How to integrate AI with a soft skill. Before to improving my soft skill, I need to take like course, take more case studies, more data, which taking requirement long times and costing a lot. Now with AI, I just simply asking question and giving me the data instant. Correcting data, this one would depend on the algorithm that the university will design it. So the private tutors that we presented in my slide in the end, to improving your skill, to doing the assignment, the final year projects, with the resource from the library, instantly and correctly way. This is how to proving. Before that, problem solving, critical thinking, I was taking a lot to teaching the students, taking more resource to have it, to giving you the skill. So AI will help me more to upskill in the soft skill. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a question there?
Okay.
Professor?
Thank you very much for the informative information. Jabbar Youssef from the Information Technology, Sohar University. Actually, we need to ask about the balance between the using of the AI as a benefit. We know the using of the AI tools, in one click you can make your life very easy. But in the same time, you are in the second direction, which is according to the principles of the ethical issues and the information security and the others. So where is the borderline between the using of the AI and the otherwise, which is the implementation of the ethical principles? Thank you very much. I think Dr. Masafi can answer this question. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. Here first we need to design the principle of AI used, ethic AI used. Principle we are going to design in each sector, private and public, to each organization, to each university. But in the first, we have to training how to using in AI in the correct way. Then we're designing the ethic for AI after you are using it, after you are adopting it. Then in terms of the student, we have to design our own algorithms that it teaching the student in the correct way without bias, fairness, and transparency, white box. And also, we have to teaching how to using in the privacy, the data we cannot keep for long. Once the student graduate, it will delete it. So here, then we can implement the ethic AI inside use. The balance between it is equally, we are using it, but first we have to use it correctly. This is what we have to do, always awareness and workshop for the AI used. Thank you.
All right, and then I'll go with one question from, I'll come back to you, just two more questions. One from Prof. Irfan, please. Go ahead.
All right, my name is Irfan. I'm a Dean of Faculty of Language Studies, Sohar University. Very interesting talk. I mean, it's really, really good. What I missed, and maybe it's an opportunity to reflect on that the discussion only talked about the use of AI and then to be able to work for the jobs where AI is used. But no discussion was on how an Omani student can produce a product which can be used worldwide. That was something which was missing in the discussion. And based on that, one more thing which I would like to just add, higher order thinking skills, evaluation and creation, as per say, for example, Bloom's taxonomy, very popular in higher education. required open book assessments because you need to put a lot of references, you need to, experiment lab. It's only then you can check or assess or develop evaluation and creative skills. That's where open book assessment were introduced. And then in order to check the integrity of it, Turnitin was introduced. I was giving a lecture to the students how to ethically use Turnitin. And then I was trying to tell them how people usually use different techniques to avoid Turnitin. Students say, stop telling us the ethics, tell us how we can, cheat the Turnitin. And since then, we said that stop telling them how to use Turnitin, let's teach them the processes, the metacognitive processes which Professor have talked about. Now the question actually is there, if we use open ChatGPT or something to give individual feedback to the students, don't you think that we might be making our teachers metacognitively lazy? They might not even get an opportunity to know our students. That's the only way when they know their students. So the question which I'm trying to ask here is that what are the ways to use OpenAI or generative AI to develop higher order pedagogies in which some of our students, if not all, at least one of the students can produce a product which can be used worldwide?
That's a closing session. And anyone who would like to answer for this? Prof? Professor of Learning Analytics?
Yes.
Yes.
No, thanks so much. It's an important question. It's a big question. So there are multiple ways to answer that question. Where my biggest concern lies is if we continue using existing pedagogy, and especially existing assessment approaches, students can easily bypass and produce whatever essay they want because ChatGPT can spit it out for them, right? And so then the question is how we design the assessments of the future, because let's face it, assessments are where the power is, assessments are where the politics is, assessments are where we basically put our money is, right? And so to me, our assessments need to include two additional dimensions. I was speaking a bit about that in my talk as well. The first dimension is the process. So if you basically want to ask your students, do open book and everything, you are not assessing students just on the product that they produced, but how they produced it. Which sources, how they were analyzing these sources, how they were looking into different pages, how they were consulting. That's number one. And number two is also how they were metacognitively active, meaning how they were making judgments. Why you made this choice over the other choice. How you made the other choice over some other choice, right? So to make this to work, you have two options. One option is that then you have a professor who will be sitting behind the back of every student and look at all the time, which is not a scalable and sustainable model. Or number two is to basically use AI as well to help you to do these type of assessments. That's what we are doing in the learning analytics, where you are actually tracking the data, where you are actually tracking what students are clicking, what they are looking to, what kind of judgments they are making, and then based on that, you develop the models that are actually supporting that. Those are the two key dimensions. Number three dimension that is really critical is that these assessments need to be formative. In other words, if you are actually talking what the colleague and I were also suggesting before is like this lifelong learning attitude. That means that whatever students are doing now, they need to be open to the next improvement. And our assessment is just another opportunity for learners to improve and go to the next step. Where the challenge there is that basically is challenging the foundation of our education systems, where everything is built around the certification. And that basically goes probably beyond my pay grade, because that involves lots more political negotiation across different stakeholders groups to build the norms about what we mean, what is the outcome and the certification of the future.
Okay, all right. I've been curious.
I just add one thing to Prof. Arfan. Okay, I just want to add, the bigger challenge right now we are facing to how to evaluate the student. So when they are using the AI tools, how to evaluate the student and giving the mark for assessment. This is the most bigger challenge we have it. Before, we was learning after 4 years, we apply what we learn. Now, with this new technology AI, what we learn, we're going to apply it tomorrow. So we shouldn't waiting for after 4 years. So what I need to focus in ethical AI to have rubric, special rubric, or ethically how to assist the student marks. So not about how the student is using the AI, how to assist the student or giving them mark for that.
Thank you. And last, Dr. Salim, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to say a couple of words on a dilemma that we are facing. Unlike the rest of the panelists, I'm coming from the labor market side, from assessing the labor market, not the educational system. The biggest issue that we are facing is that we are stuck with either talented junior staff that are not with AI capabilities, but not experts in the field that they need to work on, or high expertise personnel without AI capabilities. So to go to your point, the biggest advantage to everybody in the workplace, how fast can they learn? We wanted people that knows in logistics and transportations in any field, with minor logistics experience, just barely graduated from school of civil engineering, let's say, and no AI, and willing to learn both AI and civil engineering at the same time. For the sake of example, I'm just giving the example. So the lifelong learning and high speed of learning is the key success of every person entering the labor market at that point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry I'm not able to take any more questions. I've been queued by, can we? There's actually no female questions. Right. If you have any further questions, you can directly speak to the panelists. Just to conclude, there's a lot of take-ups here. I thought it was a very engaging discussion.
Assalamu alaikum. I've just got 2 questions. The first question, sorry if I interrupted you. So if I want to start learning AI from the scratch as a lecturer, what do you suggest the plan will be? So the learning will be dual for the lecturer and for the student. So this is the first question. The second one, how can we introduce AI to educational institutes in Oman in an ethical framework? Thank you.
Yeah. Anyone would like to take?
Take their course.
Take their course.
Is the introductory classes, there are so many platforms that could teach. So there are so many micro-credential programs that would introduce you to this. The key question is how to apply this to what you are doing. Which school are you, what are you studying? Biology, right? Okay, so you can take an AI course for sure. There are multiple AI courses. The critical question you need to ask yourself, how can I apply this in biology? How can I apply it in the lab? How can I use it in the area that the field that I'm in? Again, we need to reiterate this. AI is not going to take your biology job. You are going to take somebody else's biology job if you augment your skills with technology or AI that is related to your field. And then you will be, I don't know how many times productive than a regular person with a biology degree. So this is the challenge. I can't hear you, sorry.
I think it's very difficult to have AI with the experiments that we do in the lab. How to apply artificial intelligence in the experiments that we conduct in the lab. In
fact, I'm not the right person to answer that because I'm not neither a biology expert or not as expert as colleagues with the utilization of AI. In fact, I know AI in the field that I work with. But I'll give you an example about radiology. Nowadays, AI models can detect cancer 5 years earlier than a regular doctor. This was a simple example. And I leave colleagues to answer this question from the AI perspective.
We usually using to the lab, as my major is robotics, we're using nanorobotics. We have a lot of techniques of robotics we can using in the lab, which provide for us accurate information and safe. Usually not always we can go to access to the lab because of the bacteria or micro and other things. So the robotics will send us, even we have nanorobotics, it can go inside the blood and check all the data and send it to the server. And we can analytic, this is what we are doing currently, we analytic this person is healthy or no, and which vitamin he need. We can study from his blood which vitamin he need without do any blood test. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I don't really know what kind of lab are you talking about? What's the sorry? Genetics. And of course I'm no expert in that, so I can't really help you there. But I think in many of the things, you just need to learn the basic skills of AI first, and then think how to apply it to your. Yes, and that could be your super skill in the job market if you know both, and then and you can start now. You can, for example, go to elementsofai.com and then start learning about the basics of AI.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Please, you can speak to the panelists during lunchtime. And I'd like to thank very much all the panelists today. It was a very engaging discussion. I myself learned a lot of things here about lifelong learning, about the importance of public and private sector and relevance to the industry needs. And at the end, we need to kind of move on forward to ensure that we don't reach digital obsolescence. This is one thing, and to meet up with the demands of the industry. Thank you very much, everyone. And again, have a good lunch today. Thanks again. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Very good afternoon.
Thank you so much for a great discussion session. Now, we request Her Excellency, Professor Rahmة bint Ibrahim al-Mahrouqi, Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, and Dr. Hamdan al-Fazari to the stage to honor the keynote speakers. Dr. Anas Bouhlal. Mr. Badr Sulaiman al-Harthi. Mr. Badr Sulaiman al-Harthi. Professor Dragan Jazafish. Mr. Zenka. Professor Abdel Nasser Hussein. Dr. Mus'ab al-Rawi. Mr. Val Fountain. Dr. Salim Al-Raji. And now we're having a memento of appreciation to the Honorable Guest of Honor, Her Excellency Professor Rahma bint Ibrahim. May we request the Sohar University Chairman of the Board of Directors and Chairman of the Board of Governors to join the stage for a group photo. And now we present a memento of appreciation to the Honorable Guest of Honor, Her Excellency Professor Rahma bint Ibrahim al-Mahrouqi, presented by Dr. Hamdan al-Fazari. This is a distinguished work of art crafted by a Sohar University student, Ms. Rayyan bint Khamis al-Hamadaniya. Thank you so much. It's lunchtime? It's lunchtime. Thank you so much. It's lunchtime. It's lunchtime. Thank you. Thank you so much. شكرا. شكرا.